Chapter 126, Ji Mulan's Desire for Control, the Handwriting of Bai Lian. _2 When they arrived, the photography crew responsible for the shoot was already there, including Bai Lian, Zhang Xiais, Ren Wanxian, and Chen Zhu. At that moment, they were shooting the segment where Ren Wanxian was writing large characters. What Xiangqing is most famous for is its ancient capital as well as the inscriptions left on the city walls by Xiangjuan. Both the Liang-style calligraphy and the Guzheng are extremely popular. To attract investors, naturally, they had to showcase the elegance of Xiangqing, and the recording staff was teaching Ren Wanxian the best angles. When Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais entered, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were startled. Neither party had expected the other to be there. The staff members brightened up when they saw Bai Lian. Today, Bai Lian was wearing a two-height long dress that reached her ankles, with delicate orchids embroidered on the hem and sleeves, and a pale aqua waistband tied loosely at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Besides that elegant yet simple attire, she wore no other accessories. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her steps, like a misty, ink-washed painting of Xiangqing. "Our school really does produce good-looking guys and girls," a female worker whispered, looking at the planning book, and said to someone next to her, "The two who came later are even better looking. What are they here to shoot?" "Nothing specific, just reading poems from the city tower, mainly because they look good, you know." "That's it? Aren't they just background props?" the female worker asked in surprise. "The focus isn't on them, the main thing is Master Chio's apprentice. Let's shoot the calligraphy first. As long as they are good-looking, they're like living advertisements." "Bai Lian, Zhang Xiais, you're here, please wait a while, have a seat over there," the principal, while watching Ren Wanxian write, smiled and turned his head to Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais. "Let's finish shooting these students first." After speaking, he quickly turned back, fixating his eyes on Ren Wangxuan's writing. Bai Lian could study at any time and any place. She nodded, found a spot, took out her phone, and began memorizing vocabulary in an unhurried manner. Zhang Xiais, a bit bored, leaned to the side, seeing Bai Lian memorizing words again, couldn't help touching his nose and went to watch Chen Zhu and Ren Wangxuan shoot. Ren Wanxian was writing the Liang style over and over again. At the school, Ren Wangxuan's calligraphy was the stuff of legends. Zhang Xiais didn't really understand much about calligraphy, only praising Ren Wangxuan's work as really cool when occasionally seeing it on the bulletin board. Today was the first time he saw her writing large characters with a brush. The characters were still bold and unrestrained. An uninhibited expression of personality. He glanced at it and thought it looked quite good. But Zhang Xiais lazily returned to Bai Lian's side with hands in his pockets and lowered his voice. "But I think your writing is nicer. Her characters have an indescribable feel, not as comfortable to look at as yours." Zhang Xiais wasn't wrong with that comment. Bai Lian's clerical script had consistent, precise, and elegant characters, especially since she had trained her wrist strength well. Even with the strict norms of the clerical script, she also managed to imbue it with her unique style. Compared to Ren Wangxuan's Liang style, which lacked maturity, Bai Lian's clerical script was already refined to perfection. Over the past month, Class 15 had been tormented by Bai Lian's calligraphy. Especially Zhang Xiais. Because after most teachers saw Bai Lian's writing, they started to pick on other students' work. Bai Lian idly flicked through vocabulary words, and upon hearing him, she replied without looking up, "Is that your excuse for writing chicken scratch?" Zhang Xiais looked to the heavens, wondering why he even bothered speaking with Bai Lian. He went to talk to the principal. "Don't you think Bai Lian writes well too?" Zhang Xiais was popular at school because he was handsome, participated in many activities, and got along well with the principal and teachers. Why not let Bai Lian give it a try as well? The principal was standing just a few steps away from Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. They both heard that sentence. Ren Wangxuan's lifted wrist halted. Bai Lian knows how to write large characters? A trace of inquiry crossed her face. The principal, hearing someone praising Bai Lian's calligraphy for the first time, looked at Zhang Xiais with surprise. "Really? Why hasn't anyone mentioned this?" Chen Zhu looked up at Zhang Xiais. He had seen Bai Lian's characters. Bai Lian writes clerical script. Clerical script? Ren Wengshuan's thoughtful expression disappeared, and the corners of her mouth twitched upwards. Bai Lian practiced clerical script, which was actually looked down upon in the calligraphy world. Zhang Xiais was still trying to sell Bai Lian's clerical script to the principal. He glanced at Ren Wengshuan's characters. Bai Lian writes much better than the student from class 8. Principal, you can't be biased. After Ren Wanxian finished a character, the photographer collected her work and laid down a new sheet of paper for her to write on. She remembered Bai Lian even saying that the Bai family's Liang style was mediocre at best. Birds of a feather flock together, after all. She didn't want to talk much with Zhang Xiais. After all, he had never studied calligraphy, and explaining it to him would be like playing the lute to a cow. But he was trying to raise Bai Lian up by belittling her calligraphy. She glanced at Bai Lian and then said, Zhang Xiais, do you know that the clerical script is actually sneered at in the world of calligraphy? Because it lacks artistry, it doesn't even qualify to be called calligraphy. You compare your clerical script with my Liang style? You might just make others laugh their heads off. Zhang Xiais already had a bone to pick with Ren Wanxian. Last time, if it hadn't been for Bai Lian's gouging skills, Wanxian would have made a fool of herself. He was deliberately targeting Ren Wanxian today and, upon hearing this, sarcastically said to her, then the calligraphers need to wash their eyes. Your writing is not even close to our Lian's clerical script. He glanced at the large character placed to the side, puts his hands in his pockets, and mouthed to Ren Wanxian, trash, far inferior. You, Ren Wanxian, too angry to keep her hands steady, but still maintaining her etiquette, couldn't bring herself to say something like what Zhang Xiais had said. Principal, since he thinks my Liang style is not good, then find someone who writes well to do it. Always prone to impulsive behavior, she abruptly put down the brush with a smack, as if intending to leave, and walked out of the classroom, leaving everyone behind. Chapter 127, by Shangjuan, Mother and Daughter Reunion _1. The staff members fiddling with the equipment were also extremely surprised, as they exchanged bewildered glances. Ren Wanxian had already left a group of people behind and exited the classroom. As the sole descendant of the Ren family, she was extremely willful in front of Ren Qian, throwing a tantrum at the slightest dissatisfaction, so naturally, she would not restrain herself here either. Ren student? The principal hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, Ren Wanxian would have left. He called out twice, but far from stopping Ren Wanxian, she instead walked away even faster. Principal, what should we do now? The photographer awkwardly closed the front cover of the machine, looking towards the principal. Chen Zhu stood up from his seat, glancing at Zhang Xiais. He said coldly, you don't understand, you could just keep quiet. Then he nodded to the principal, they'll go check on her. After Chen Zhu left, the principal didn't know how to look at Zhang Xiais. With that mouth of yours, can't you just not provoke her? So speaking the truth is not allowed? Zhang Xiais touched his nose. The conflict between Class 8 and the regular classes wasn't new. Because of the longsword incident, he hadn't even played basketball with the class leader of Class 8 lately. Alright, I'll handle this. You two, coordinate with the photographer. The principal finally looked at Zhang Xiais with a mix of headache and helplessness. Don't worry, I'll go talk to her. The principal was also aware of the discord between Class 8 and the regular classes. He had assigned Teacher Li to lead Class 8, hoping it would resolve the conflict between Class 8 and the other classes, with limited success. This time, Xiangcheng's cultural tourism promotion was very important. They couldn't afford to miss anyone, especially not Ren Wanxian. In an instant, 3 people had left, and Zhang Xiais looked at Bai Lian. Fellow students, the photographer quickly spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. Let's go downstairs and take some pictures of the school's Millennium Stone stele. On this side. The Ren family's car was parked by the school gate. Ignoring the words of Chen Zhu and the principal, Ren Wanxian got straight into the car, to the teacher's house. Ren Wengshuan's teacher was Teacher Qiu, which the driver also knew. Teacher Qiu lived near the Xiangqing building, a bit remote, but in a stand-alone building. When she arrived, Teacher Qiu was meeting with officials from the Cultural Tourism Bureau. This is Wanxian. As you know, she's a student I took on in my later years. Teacher Chiu, who looked to be in his 60s with hair already graying, said with a smile to the people from the Cultural Tourism Bureau, "She's very talented." The head of the Cultural Tourism Bureau, who had just been transferred here, was unclear about the Ren family members. Had also never heard of Ren Wanxian, and her name didn't come up in any major calligraphy competitions, so he offered polite but hollow praise. Eventually, the conversation shifted back to Teacher Chiu's grandson. True heroes emerge in their youth indeed. Wuxia is also the same, earning a nomination for the Orchid Pavilion Award at such a young age. Is he aiming for the Orchid Pavilion Award again this year? The Orchid Pavilion Award was held every 3 years, and Chiu Wuxia had received a nomination 6 years ago. It was a sensation in the calligraphy world at the time. Many were speculating whether Chiu Wuxia would participate this year. "It's up to him," Teacher Chiu smiled, a clear sense of pride evident on his face. Ren Wanxian watched as the topic was diverted to Chiu Wuxia after just a sentence or two. She stood by her teacher's side, her head lowered, while the smile at the corner of her mouth twisted for a moment. Once everyone had left, Teacher Chiu finally turned to Ren Wanxian, setting down his teacup. His demeanor was calm, but his eyes were incredibly sharp. "I heard from your grandfather that you've made progress in calligraphy recently. Come, write a couple of characters for me to see." The two headed to the study, and Ren Wanxian picked up a wolf hair brush. She seriously dipped her brush and wrote the character, Eternal. The brushwork was meticulous, and it was clear she really had some skill, especially as a female, naturally endowed with less wrist strength. In the realm of calligraphy, she indeed possessed a genius talent. "Teacher, may I participate in this year's Orchid Pavilion Award?" Ren Wanxian put down the brush, inquiring. Teacher Chiu scrutinized the character she had written. He shook his head. "You're still too young. When your senior brother was your age, his brushwork was much steadier than yours. Wait a little longer." "All right," Ren Wanxian nodded her head, appearing quite obedient. She could be willful with Ren Xian and at school, but she wouldn't dare before Teacher Chiu. However, in the corners unseen by the teacher, her eyes held a trace of brooding darkness. Always the senior brother, always him. "Weren't you at school today?" Teacher Chiu reached for a copybook, smiling as he began making small talk. Ren Wanxian curled her lip, sharing half of the story. "What style is that girl studying?" Teacher Chiu was surprised. The world of calligraphy already had few females, and Ren Wanxian was one of the rare talented ones he had seen. He didn't expect there to be another one at Xiangqing No. 1 High School. "Guanga style," Ren Wanxian responded. "Guanga style?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Chiu didn't inquire further. Chapter 128, by Shangjuan, Mother and Daughter Reunion _2 Ren Wanxian saw Mr. Chiu was busy with a meeting, so she took out her phone and sent a message. "Senior brother, the teacher won't let me participate in the Orchid Pavilion Award this year. Can you help persuade him?" The other party replied slowly, "You are too young, not yet qualified. But you also participated when you were 18. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. Her skills were clearly on par with Chiu Boking's, but he was well known within the circle for being promoted by the team because he got nominated at 18. It was evident that Mr. Chiu proactively recommended Chiu Wuxia to compete at the age of 18, but when it came to her own turn, there were continuous delays. "Wait some more, and the next chance will be in 3 years." She took out her phone and sent a message to Ren Xian. "The teacher doesn't agree to recommend my work this year. Is he really that afraid he'll replace senior brother as the youngest nominee for the Orchid Pavilion Award?" On Bai Lian's side, she cooperated with the photographer with an expressionless face. "Classmate, could you show some expression?" The photographer, targeting Bai Lian with his camera, said somewhat in exasperation. "Just a little bit of expression. Behind you is the only ink trace left by Shangjuan and Xiangcheng. How can you be so expressionless?" Zhang Xiais was standing off to the side, wishing he could step in for Bai Lian. "Sis," Zhang Xiais also couldn't stand it, pointing to the engraved words on the monument. "Do you see any lack of expression in these characters?" This was her last battle, the words she carved on the stone with a long spear. "How can you be so indifferent?" Bai Lian looked at Zhang Shi's indifferently. Try raising your voice at me again? Zhang Shi's, he silently looked at the photographer, shrugged his shoulders, as if to say there's nothing I can do. The assistant photographer walked over, slowly approaching Bai Lian, and softly educated her. These are the last words she left for the Bai family army before she died. Just imagine, it was her final battle. She ordered General Chen Yi to lead the young soldiers to retreat, leaving only the elderly elite troops to follow her to death. Just think about that feeling. Bai Lian turned her head to look at the huge piece of stone a few steps away. This was the most central monument in Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School. She knew this stone. But this was also the first time Bai Lian had looked at it since coming to school, the monument taller than a person, weathered by history. The characters that the long spear had carved into the stone were deepened by people, leaving only one sentence. Drinking wildly as I fight my enemies, one man, one arrow daring to storm Fengdu. Every character was deeply embedded, the spear strokes wild and unruly, with each character dancing furiously, and at a glance all one could feel was the fierce aura rushing towards them, the heroic and wild sentiments fully displayed. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if the next moment, they could break free into the air. Bai Lian looked at the row of characters for the first time. The sunlight was dazzling. The girl looked sideways at the massive stone quietly, the cold gleam reflected by the sunlight making her appear excessively hazy, her graceful figure faintly visible. She was dressed in clean, plain clothes, wearing a wood hairpin. At this moment it was as if she had traversed millennia, stepping through the mists of history and overcoming numerous dangers to witness this magnificent scene before her. Got it, the assistant quickly looked at the photographer. The photographer had already seized the opportunity and captured the moment. Indeed, this is perfect, this scene is too good. This scene alone can be used for the promotional film, no editing needed. Both of you did really well. The photographer looked repeatedly at the scene he had captured and then looked up, smiling with his eyes. Your camera presence is just too good. With these two's attributes, they could make it big in the entertainment industry, especially this girl. The emotion in that one fleeting moment was simply incredible. After the shoot, Bai Lian and Zhang Shi's exited the school gate. Today is Saturday, and the milk tea shop still had many customers. The two had just come out when Yang Lin was leaving the milk tea shop, her hand almost entirely healed. Hi, Zhang Shi's greeted Yang Lin. Yang Lin glanced at him but didn't speak. Zhang Shi's was used to it. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze from Yang Lin. The three of them walked forward together, with Zhang Shi's home not far ahead. Bai Lian was heading to the bus station while Yang Lin went to Zhang Shi's home's flower shop, picked up a lily, and left money. Yang Lin lived in a tube building. She walked up the long, dark staircase, where untidy garbage was scattered about, and even in this weather, flies buzzed around. Her family was on the 4th floor. There were many households on each floor of the tube building, with over a dozen families on the 4th floor alone. Yang Lin's home was on the left side of the staircase. Just as she reached the 4th floor, an elderly lady from the right side opened her door and saw Yang Lin, whispering, "I just saw your dad come back." Chapter 129, by Shangjuan, Mother and Daughter Reunion _3 Yang Lin nodded, her dark eyes undisturbed. The old man sighed, then handed a bun to Yang Lin. It seems he didn't drink too much today. It'll be better once you're grown up. Yang Lin shook her head. She didn't take the bun. Nor did she speak. She simply took out the keys to her home, and quietly went to open the door. She had grown numb to that phrase. How big did she have to get before she was considered grown up? Since she was 5, she had been looking forward to growing up. Now at 18, was she grown up? She didn't know. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by the blaring sound of the television, with smoke swirling in the cramped hallway. A middle-aged man who hadn't bathed for days was sitting on the sofa, with fried chicken and some cans on the table, and chicken bones littering the floor next to the old couch. He must have won some money. He glanced at Yang Lin, then immediately wobbled to his feet, his lengthy hair matted together, mumbling as he pulled out a handful of change. "Xiaolin, I'm sorry. Dad drank too much the day before yesterday." Have you eaten yet? Yang Lin ignored him. Until she saw that the lock to her room had been tampered with. Startled, she then charged over and flung open her room's door to find everything in disarray. Bang! She slammed the door closed and locked it securely. Crawling under the bed, she retrieved a locked metal box. The lock was intact. She let out a sigh of relief, then collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily. It took her a long while before she pulled out today's earnings from a compartment in her backpack and neatly placed them in the metal box. Only then did she slowly tidy up her room, and brought out a fresh, vivid lily, placing it in a plastic bottle on the windowsill. Yang Lin sat on the bed, quietly observing the lone lily. Its slightly flared petals were as pure as snow, an elegant white, the only splash of color in the entire room. She watched for a long while before slowly taking out a bottle of green ointment from her backpack and applied it to the bruises on her arms, legs, and torso. The brownish paste slowly melted over the dark purple bruises. A dull ache radiated from the spots. Meanwhile, a car slowly drove into Xiangcheng. Ji Mulan watched the unchanging streets ahead with an expressionless face, her mood listless. There's news that they're looking to develop tourism here. The man smiled at Ji Mulan, explaining his reason for coming to scout the possibility of opening a hotel here. Hearing this, Ji Mulan sat up straight. She looked at the man, knowing his information was always sharp. When he said this, it meant the possibility of Xiangcheng's tourism development reaching 80%. The largest hotel in Xiangcheng was in the city center, a 26-story building. When can I meet your dad and your daughter? We're going to be living together after all. He pressed the elevator button and turned his head to ask. Never mind my dad, he definitely wants to see me, Ji Mulan said indifferently, pausing when she mentioned Bai Lian. She has also had a tough time these past 2 years. I hope she knows to work hard this time. Don't put too much pressure on the child. The elevator doors opened, and the man stepped in, pressing a floor number. Ji Mulan was beautifully made up, every movement exuding grace. Even past 40, her charm had not faded, and on the street, she turned heads effortlessly. Listening to the man's words, she tugged at the corner of her mouth but remained silent. His son was highly accomplished, so, naturally, he could utter that phrase with ease. Had their positions been switched, he might not have preserved her composure. After exiting the elevator, Ji Mulan calmly dialed a number. Bai Lian was still in the library. She was in the middle of working on a biology paper when she received a call from Ji Xiaojun. Biology was much simpler than physics. Even high school seniors like Ji Heng could solve a few of the questions. Alien, on the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun had just finished teaching a child. He was holding a drawing board, frowning. Your mom's back, you know. She called me yesterday, Bai Lian replied. Yeah, nodded Ji Xiaojun. Come with me to see her later, we need to have a proper talk. Oh, Bai Lian drawled out her response. After they hung up, she leaned back in her chair comfortably and flicked Jiang He's forehead. I'm going out for dinner later, you heading home first? Jiang He, holding his head, looked at Bai Lian with wide eyes. I'll wait for you. Bai Lian, okay. She waited for Ming Dongheng to arrive from Backter Street before heading to Wanha Building. Wanha Building. Ji Xiaojun hadn't gone in yet. He was sitting on the outside steps, smoking and waiting for Bai Lian. His brow furrowed. Uncle, Bai Lian watched him for a while before standing in front of him, raising an eyebrow. Why not go in? Ji Xiaojun stubbed out his cigarette. He looked at Bai Lian, seemingly hesitant to speak. She just stood there in front of him, memorizing vocabulary words while she waited for him to talk, in no particular hurry. There's something I need to tell you in advance. Take it slowly, Ji Xiaojun looked at Bai Lian. It took a long moment before he patted his sleeve, stood up, and after another lengthy pause, finally said, Your mom brought an uncle along. Bai Lian was slightly surprised. For about 10 seconds, as she grasped what Ji Xiaojun meant, she smiled lazily. That's nice. This was the modern age, where women were free to divorce and not be bound by societal norms. Bai Lian was happy for her. Ji Xiaojun had hesitated so long because he feared Bai Lian would be upset. Her father was accepting an illegitimate child, and her mother was on the brink of remarriage. He had imagined 1,000 different reactions from Bai Lian, but he never expected this one. "All right, you really have grown up," he sighed deeply, casting his gaze downward and patting Bai Lian's shoulder. "Let's go, join your uncle inside." Inside the private room, Ji Mulan was sitting next to a man. "Relax," the man reassured Ji Mulan with a smile. "I've already got someone arranging everything, it's going to be all right." He had found a school for her daughter just as Ji Mulan had requested. However, the man was a bit concerned. He actually didn't recommend that Ji Mulan's daughter attend that particular school. International schools typically had students who advanced straight through from a young age, with high competitive pressure. And Ji Mulan had mentioned her daughter studied liberal arts and that her academic performance was not very promising. Entering this school would bring immense pressure. A significant gap could be quite discouraging. He was mulling this over when the sound of the service staff at the door rang out, followed by the door opening. It must be her daughter's arrival. Ji Mulan and the man both looked up towards the door. Chapter 130, 051 Young Master Jiang comes out to save someone, Part 2, _1 Ji Xiaojun brought Bai Lian through the door. Ji Mulan had not seen Bai Lian for over 2 years, and upon seeing her now, she felt a sense of unreality. She was so different from her memory. Her daughter came in wearing a white long dress, with a light green belt slightly cinching her waist, each step as delicate as orchids. Holding a smartphone in her hand and with a slight air of indolence, the booth was brightly lit, and at a glance, her pitch-black eyes resembled those stained by an ink brush, reflecting a sky full of stars. The man was also startled, having always thought from Ji Mulan's description that her daughter was a badly behaved young girl. He hadn't expected her to seem so quiet. And there was Ji Xiaojun, who he originally thought would be somewhat nervous growing up in Shangcheng. But he didn't expect him to be so confident and at ease. The man stood up, surprised yet politely greeting Ji Xiaojun. He wore glasses, had a distinct profile, and it was clear he was well maintained, his figure not at all out of shape despite being close to middle age. "Hello, my name is Su En, I met Mulan at a maritime exhibition." He was cultured, dignified, and courteously modest. It was obvious he came from a good family and upbringing. His manner was nothing like the piercing scrutiny of the Ren family. Ji Xiaojun glanced at Su En, his expression much improved, and shook hands with him. "I am her brother, Ji Xiaojun." They sat down. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan and remained silent. "Why are you always playing with your smartphone?" Ji Mulan, dressed in a finely tailored dress with a shawl draped over her shoulders, squinted her shapely eyes. She watched Bai Lian fiddling with her smartphone, her gaze growing deep. Bai Lian paused for a moment. She looked up at Ji Mulan again. And put away her phone. Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun lifted his gaze. Ji Mulan then withdrew her own and, without looking at Bai Lian, said to Ji Xiaojun, "I will take her to Jianghu. Su En has found her an international private school. Although most of it is science-based, there are arts courses too, and one can go directly to a foreign university after graduation." This was not a discussion. It was a notification. Before Ji Xiaojun could speak, Bai Lian with her eyes lowered and voice unhurried, said, "I won't go." Ji Mulan was about to get angry, but glanced at Su En and feared he would see her as a joke. So she stood up abruptly, glowering at Bai Lian, "Come outside with me." Bai Lian looked up, her long and powerful hands pressing against the table as she stood. Ji Xiaojun wanted to follow but was deterred by a look from Bai Lian, and he hesitated. Across the table, Su En smiled and said, "Mr. Ji, let the mother and daughter talk. You tell me about Mulan's childhood." After a moment's hesitation, Ji Xiaojun did not follow them out. He knew from earlier conversations with Ji Mulan that Su En was from Jianghu. He also knew that Bai Lian would have a better future if she went to Jianghu. On the corridor, Ji Mulan, in her elegant high heels, was barely taller than Bai Lian. "Do you know how much effort it took to get you into that school?" Your uncle said you'd become more obedient. From now on, don't be so troublesome. The Su family's rules are much stricter than the Bai family's, just so you know. 2 years had passed, and facing Bai Lian again, Ji Mulan's heart was still troubled. The Bai family expelling Bai Lian was undoubtedly a slap in her face. She couldn't swallow this indignity. Am I just an object to you? Bai Lian turned off her smartphone and spoke up. She just looked at Ji Mulan, her almond-shaped eyes dark and deep, devoid of any other emotion. What do you mean? Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her chest heaving with emotion. Am I not doing this for your own good? How much have I sacrificed for you? I hired the best tutors, got you into the best classes. Bai Lian listened silently to her finish. She did not feel much about everything Ji Mulan said. Am I just a tool for you to show off? Bai Lian said softly, 2 years, it took 2 years for you to come back and see me. I was alone at the Bai family, dealing with Bai Qiming, Bai Shaoqi, Bai Shaoka. If you wanted what's best for me, why didn't you take me away with you? Ji Mulan was taken aback, then quickly recovered, frowning. You staying at the Bai family was the way for you to receive the best education. I was thinking of your best interests. It doesn't matter now. My household registration is with my grandfather, so, you don't have to worry about my future life. Bai Lian nodded politely to Ji Mulan, walked a few steps, then stopped. Oh, and one more thing. She turned back, a loose smile on her lips. Go visit grandfather sometime. With that, Bai Lian pulled out her smartphone, sent Ji Xiaojun a message, and left the Wanha building. She felt little affection for Ji Mulan. Chapter 131, 051 Young Master Jiang comes out to save someone, Part 2, _2 But the memories surfacing in her mind were slowly searing her emotions. She stepped out of the Wanha building, then squatted down, silently looking up at the moon in the sky, her dark pupils reflecting the cold moonlight. She wrapped her arms around her knees, and after a long while, she finally took out her phone. On the phone was a photo she had sneakily taken at the dinner table just now. It was of Ji Mulan. She stared at the photo, her fingertips gently brushing over the face on the screen, and then she whispered very softly, "Mother, Ji Mulan." She looked a lot like her mother. Jiang Fulai had just returned. He originally planned to take Jiang He out for dinner first. But while driving through the streets, he caught sight of a white figure squatting on the side of the road. "Stop the car," he said abruptly, sitting up. The car slowly came to a halt. Jiang Fulai, from across the street, silently gazed at Bai Lian through the window, past myriad lights, past a long river. Just as the first time, she was looking at the moon, and he was quietly watching her. She wore plain clothes, squatting with her back to the street light, her snow-colored skirt spreading on the ground, blooming like orchids. She seemingly had no expression, just quietly looking at one place. But Jiang Fulai always felt that at this moment, she was fragmented. Shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground. Jiang He also saw Bai Lian. He was about to get out of the car after climbing down from the chair. But he was coldly seized by the back of the neck by Jiang Fulai. Jiang He's eyes widened, full of reproach. Jiang Fulai glanced at him and casually pressed him back into his seat. "You can't talk anyway, let's go back." He got out of the car and then closed the door behind him. "Jiang He, is there really no police to deal with this?" Ming Dongheng in the driver's seat glanced at the rearview mirror, indicating he was helpless to intervene. Jiang Fulai walked up to Bai Lian. A person usually so alert at this moment didn't sense his approach. He squatted opposite Bai Lian, following her gaze to see a full moon. After gazing for a while, Jiang Fulai commented, "Did you calculate that from this angle, the moon looks brighter?" Bai Lian snapped back to reality, and upon lifting her eyes, she saw a face of extraordinary features. The sudden sight was impactful. The man's pair of phoenix eyes were squinted lightly, his brow raised as he looked at her. Even while squatting, his posture remained remarkably graceful. Bai Lian thought he would return very late today. She turned off her phone. "Why would you say that?" "I used to like sitting in the last row of the classroom, in one particular spot," said Jiang Fulai, looking at her, his eyes exceptionally shallow and clear. The school forum rumored that Spot had the best study efficiency because I had calculated it. But in fact, Jianghu Lai continued leisurely, the professor felt intimidated speaking with me in the front, so he asked the dean of the Ma Institute to have me sit at the back whenever possible. Bai Lian felt like laughing. She rested her chin on her arms. She could imagine it, the professor not daring to speak, and not daring to find him directly. He could only silently ask someone else to pass on the message. You came out early, have you eaten? Jianghu Lai asked after seeing her expression before he stood up. Bai Lian shook her head. As expected. He saw she was still reluctantly squatting on the ground, not very eager to move. Jianghu Lai extended his hand, his gaze lowered. Come on, it'll take you to eat something that ordinary people can't get. Bai Lian looked up with half-lifted eyes. She stared at that glistening, slender hand for a long while. In the air, a faint scent of silvergrass seemed to flow, with continuous traffic on the road, and behind her were lights from 1,000 homes. She extended her hand and grasped that bit of warmth from Xiangcheng. Jianghu Lai took Bai Lian out for a meal, not to Wanha building, but to a private residence in an alley. When Ming Dongheng knocked on the door, a man inside came out cursing and holding a kitchen knife. What are you knocking for? Do you need me to knock some sense into you with a hammer? Hammer, creak, the door opened. The man's gaze fell upon the tall figure in an ink-colored trench coat standing behind Ming Dongheng. The man's light eyes, cold as a spring, swept over him dismissively. The man's machine gun-like mouth seemed to be hit by a switch, instantly shutting. He opened the door politely, a smile playing at his lips. He stepped aside to let the line of people enter. His eyes widened when they met Bai Lian's gaze. Then he grabbed hold of Ming Dongheng's hem tightly, gesticulating with his eyes to Ming Dongheng. How come there's a girl? Ming Dongheng looked at him in surprise. Chi lawyer, why are you grabbing me? Chi Yundai, he tilted his chin slightly, his peripheral vision fixed on Bai Lian, gesturing fiercely with his eyes, as if they were about to spasm. Ming Dongheng frowned. Do your eyes hurt? Chi Yundai, he was tired. Suddenly, Chi Yundai let go, turned without expression, and closed the door. He went to the kitchen with the knife. Wanha building. Ji Mulan re-entered the private dining room trying to suppress her anger. Ji Xiaojun knew the moment he received the message from Bai Lian that the mother and daughter hadn't come to an agreement. He wasn't surprised. Ji Mulan had a strong personality and a strong need for control. Bai Lian was obedient but had her own thoughts, such as sitting by Ji Heng's bedside every day. Brother, you help me persuade her. Ji Mulan sat down, calmly speaking to Ji Xiaojun. I must take her with me. Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. So, Ji Mulan turned her gaze toward Su-en. Su-en gave her a reassuring look and then said with a smile, throwing out the bait, Mr. Ji, you know that Jiangjing Private School has strong faculty and international connections. It's a breeding ground for diplomats in liberal arts. If she goes there to study, she will absolutely do better than anywhere else in the future. The position of a diplomat was an unattainable job for someone from Xiangcheng. Ji Xiaojun shook his head. She wants to finish high school in Xiangcheng. Those were the exact words Bai Lian had texted to Ji Xiaojun just now. Brother. Ji Mulan frowned. She slammed down her chopsticks with a snap. Don't you want to leave this place, or do you want her to stay here forever? Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun looked up. How long have you been back, and have you ever asked what alien is thinking? Do you know that she has now switched to science? Switched to science? Ji Mulan's brows furrowed. In her senior year? Switched to science. She glanced at Su-en, holding back because he was present. She didn't mention that Bai Lian had been driven to switch from the science class to the humanities by her teachers in her first year of high school. Su-en's son was a junior at Jiangjing University, currently applying for graduate school. For her to mention this in front of Su-en was something she simply couldn't bring herself to say. Can you please stop making things worse? Ji Mulan poured herself a glass of cold water. She needs to suffer to know the value of hard work. Don't you know that she can fall asleep while practicing the zither, frustrating her teacher to the point of leaving? If we don't discipline her properly and just let her do as she pleases, how will she ever get by in society in the future? Every child has a rebellious phase. Su-en was surprised to find Bai Lian so rebellious. Afraid that the siblings would start arguing, he consoled Ji Mulan, studying science is fine, too. Maybe the child likes science. It's not like there are no opportunities. Su-en was just saying it casually. Switching from humanities to science in her senior year, it must be rebellion, as Ji Mulan said. What opportunities? He hadn't really considered it. Ji Xiaojun didn't answer Su-en. Suppressing his anger, he pressed his hand on the table and stood up. Ji Mulan, it was bad enough you left her alone with the Bai family, but can you not impose your own ideas on her? Dad and I don't care about her getting into Beijing University or what grades she'll get, so what's wrong with letting her study science if she wants to? Also, Alien has only been learning the zither for a year and she already plays so well. What more do you want from her? Chapter 132, 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon, Grandpa calls Xiaochen_1, she can play the guzheng? Mulan placed her glass on the table with a clatter. Are you joking? Was she unaware of Bai Lian's learning progress? At first, Mulan personally supervised Bai Lian, the first student from the Bai family to have a teacher storm off in frustration. During that time, Mulan nearly never left the house, fearing the sight of those people at the Bai family's ancestral hall. She played at the school's anniversary celebration, Xiaojun said, looking at Mulan's incredulous expression. You really didn't know? Mulan stared at Xiaojun for a long moment, then shook her head. There's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, Xiaojun said, softening his tone. Let's just leave the matter of moving to Jianghu as it is for now, let her study science. If necessary, she can switch back to humanities next year. Xiaojun and Ji Heng were indifferent about these things. Su-en started to feel surprised when he heard that Bai Lian could play the guzheng, as he was particularly sensitive to guzheng players. Is she good at it? Only after 1 year? Mulan looked out the window. Yes, I didn't expect that after a year, she actually learned it. Really only 1 year? Su-en didn't know much about the guzheng, but he supposed that one couldn't get very good after only a year. Xiaojun said she played well, perhaps he hadn't heard many good performances. Su-en felt a bit regretful. If she had talent, she should have started earlier. She might have even joined the Chen family. He stopped mid-sentence. Saying more wouldn't necessarily make the others understand. When the three finished eating and went downstairs, Xiaojun declined Su-en's offer for a ride and took the bus home instead. He also found time to call Bai Lian. Su-en's assistant came to pick them up. What? Mrs. Jis' daughter doesn't want to transfer here? Zhu's assistant, who had come to help with transferring Bai Lian's school registration and household registration, didn't expect to hear this news from Su-en. Utterly surprised. Between Xiangqing and Jianghu, wouldn't anyone know which to choose? Su-en nodded at his assistant. Xiaojun was eloquent and cultured, but he lacked a bit in vision. Going to Jianghu was an opportunity most people could never get. He planned to marry Mulan during the new year, and Bai Lian would be his adopted daughter. To the Su family, raising one more person made no difference, and raising one fewer made no difference either. He was marrying Mulan, not her daughter. So whether her daughter stayed in Xiangqing or went to Jianghu made no difference to him. Did he actually expect Mulan's daughter to help him gain favor with the main family? Mulan, Su-en sighed from the back seat, speaking to Mulan, your brother is right, sometimes you have to learn to accept the mediocrity of your children. The assistant listened to their conversation and roughly understood the situation. If Su-en could nonchalantly use the word mediocre in front of Mulan, that must mean quite ordinary. President Su, the assistant waited for the two to finish before reporting, I've confirmed it, Patriarch Chen is indeed in Xiangqing. Really? Su-en sat up straight, then this matter is settled. Mulan listened quietly to their conversation. Even though she had spent some time in Jianghu, she still wasn't clear about the state of affairs there, and she had no idea who this Patriarch Chen was. Just like how now, she didn't understand why Su-en was so confident that Xiangqing could develop. She had previously thought the Bai family in Beijing was already at the peak of prosperity. But the higher she climbed, the more she realized how limited her vision had been. On Bai Lian's side, Ming Dongheng entered the kitchen to cook for Qi Yundai and was driven out with a cold face after about 3 minutes. He's a lawyer, Jiang Fulai surveyed the hall, his light eyes and thin lips emitting an air of detached coldness as he introduced with indifference, he's pretty good at cooking. After Ming Dongheng came out, he brewed tea for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. After smelling the tea leaves and feeling something was off, he glanced at the kitchen. Then Ming Dongheng took a jab at Bai Lian. Last month, during an economic case, he was in a rush because of a cake at home. He felt he had the upper hand, so he left 10 minutes early. As a result, some funds were lost. Jiang Shijue didn't dare to confront Jiang Fulai but had someone else report back. Jiang Fulai erupted in a rage, lashing out at everyone from top to bottom in the Jiang family, suspended Qi Yundai from his job and ordered him to focus on making cakes in Shangcheng. Ming Dongheng placed the teacups in front of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. When he turned around, he was startled by Jiang He staring at him, poker-faced. Ming Dongheng jumped. "Young master, you're so quiet, I wouldn't see you if I didn't bend down." Jiang He was too short. Even shorter than Bai Lian, let alone from Ming Dongheng's perspective. Jiang He swore that not only did Jiang Fulai give him a glance, but he also scoffed. Chapter 133, 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon. Grandpa calls Xiaochen _2. He silently climbed next to Bai Lian, ignoring Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng. As Bai Lian was quietly reading an English text, a message appeared at the top of her phone, sent by Mao Kuan. Picture, Mao Kuan, Sis, Xiaoqi and the others have finished the logo design, take a look. Bai Lian opened it and glanced at it. The logo was very thoughtful, overall shaped like a gourd lying on its side, with a silver needle stuck upside down at its waist, and the head of the needle was 2 small leaves. The overall tone was a soft shade of green. Fresh, saving the world by dispensing medicine, a silver needle. A very atmospheric logo. Bai Lian rarely praised. Very good, Mao Kuan was excited, right? You know, Sun Shan has studied painting before. Mao Kuan, and Xiaoqi, he hasn't studied it, but he's very good too. With that, Mao Kuan became somewhat melancholic. Everyone was talented, except he couldn't seem to make out anything special. After dinner, Ming Dongheng drove to Purist Street. Bai Lian didn't message Ji Heng, and since Ji Heng didn't pick her up today, Jiang Fulai got out of the car and walked into the alley with her. I can go by myself. Bai Lian looked at the dark alley. Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his coat pocket, merely glanced at her upon hearing this, saying nothing as the shadow cast by the streetlight behind him partially covered his face. Bai Lian truly wasn't afraid of this stretch of road. She had traversed even darker paths before. But Ji Heng would always be here waiting for her, and now with Ji Heng absent, it was another person who accompanied her through this long and dark road that seemed to have no end. It was as if since coming into this world, she had never been alone. Have you ever been to the Snow Mountain? Jiang Fulai tilted his head slightly, his voice clear yet not cold. But not exactly unapproachable either. Bai Lian shook her head. Jiang Fulai, usually brisk in his pace, walked with a swift wind even in the lab, but now he walked at a leisurely rate. Under the moonlight's cloak, his sharp contours seemed to soften, over 6,000 meters. When I used to feel down, I'd stay up there for a long time, sunlit golden mountain, clouds billowing and mist rising, purifying everything. If there's a chance, I'll take you to see it. Ji Heng's house was just up ahead. Bai Lian stopped, her white dress immaculate in the moonlight, her smile lazy. Okay. She waved at him, as a sign that she had arrived. Jiang Fulai stood still, his figure upright. He didn't speak, but he visibly seemed in a good mood. Only when Bai Lian extracted her keys and opened the gate, did he turn and vanish into the night. The yard was dark, not a single light on, shrouded in a thin mist. Ji Heng sat by the stone table, quietly smoking, his attention snapping back when he heard the gate. Bai Lian was latching the door as she looked back. Grandpa, why didn't you turn on the lights? Having secured the door, she casually reached for the yard light. The pitch-black yard instantly lit up. Jianghu, still holding the smoking pipe, looked at Bai Lian in surprise, his mouth opening but no words emerging. "What's up?" Bai Lian put the book down. Her eyebrows slightly raised. "Your uncle told me." Jianghu looked down and took another drag of smoke, his voice muffled. "Your mom's back and she wants to take you to Jianghu. He thought she wouldn't come back today." "Oh," Bai Lian lazily returned to her room. "I had a falling out with her." Jianghu was taken aback. Then he stood up again. "Why?" "Because I'm not going to Jianghu." Bai Lian's voice lazily floated out the window. While Jianghu was reluctant to see Bai Lian leave, he knew that children eventually need to spread their wings and fly out of the nest, and he would come to terms with it in a couple of days. Even he knew Jianghu offered much better opportunities than here. Actually, Jianghu, he took 2 steps forward, pipe in hand, about to explain to Bai Lian. Then Bai Lian methodically picked up her biology book. "Grandpa, since you're not sleepy yet, let's discuss the DNA replication process, ACGT is." Jianghu abruptly halted and took 2 steps back, his demeanor calm. "Never mind, Jianghu isn't that great." He dejectedly went back to his room with the smoking pipe. Behind him, Bai Lian leaned lazily against the window, arms crossed, an eyebrow raised. Sunday. There was a parent-teacher meeting. The meeting was at 9, but Bai Lian had gone to the library to read first, and only around 9:30 did Jianghu arrive at the bus stop. Waiting to go to school with Bai Lian. "And this gentleman is..." Chen was looking for Ming Dongheng and saw Bai Lian waiting at the bus stop, so he joined her there. Upon seeing Jianghu, Chen was taken aback. Bai Lian stood up straight and casually introduced the two. "My grandpa, last name Ji." Chapter 134, 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon. Grandpa calls Xiaochen _3 Director Chen hurriedly greeted, "Mr. Ji, hello, just call me Xiaochen." "Hello," Jianghu nodded, probably Bai Lian's friend, and said while holding an empty cigarette holder, "Xiaochen." Director Chen chuckled and passed Jianghu a pouch of tobacco. "Give mine a try." Jianghu looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian lifted her head and said wordlessly, "Go ahead, take it." "Thank you." Jianghu's face softened considerably toward Director Chen. Director Chen's eyes lit up. He stood in place, watching Bai Lian and Jianghu leave. Rubbing his hands, he began to take out his phone to find some tobacco for himself. This was Jianghu's first time attending a parent-teacher meeting. He had deliberately worn the robe from last time, his entire presence exuding scholarly elegance and authority as he sat in Bai Lian's place. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Do I look all right?" Jianghu whispered. Students weren't allowed at parent-teacher meetings, so Bai Lian, standing in the aisle, reassured Jianghu, "Yes, you look cool." "Okay." Jianghu was finally at ease. Bai Lian saw he had adjusted and started to walk outside. Heaven knows this was her first time attending such an occasion too. As she reached the doorway, Bai Lian glanced at the seat of the students sharing her desk. No one had arrived, and she hadn't seen them today either. Behind her, Zhang Xi's came in with his head up, leading his mother. "Physics 37, why do I even have to attend this parent-teacher meeting for you?" his mom scolded, twisting his ear. "Do you think I don't feel embarrassed?" Zhang Xi's bent over and shouted his grievances. "Mom, I told you I got 39, not 37, don't listen to the physics teacher's nonsense." "What, those 2 points are very important to you? You can ascend to heaven with them," his mom scoffed. Zhang Xi's, "You're right about everything." Zhang Shi's mom, face stern, deeply resented having to attend this meeting for him. Upon seeing Bai Lian, she softened a bit. "Bai, your physics." Zhang Xi startled, quickly shoved his mom inside, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Swift and decisive. "Next time you'll surely bless me to score 50, right?" he prayed to Bai Lian with hands clasped together. Bai Lian, just 50. Even in dreams, so unambitious. Lu Lingxi, holding a stack of papers, began distributing each student's results to the parents and started talking about important matters for senior high school students, including their physical and mental health. Ji Heng received Bai Lian's grades and ranking. Slightly surprised. He had learned about the college entrance examination before, 750 points. Bai Lian, from humanities to sciences, scored in the 400s. These were excellent results. Lu Lingxi talked at length, and Ji Heng listened attentively, even taking notes. By the time the parent-teacher meeting concluded, it was already past 10 o'clock. Not fond of crowds, Ji Heng waited until most of the class had left before slowly making his way downstairs, with Bai Lian waiting for him at the cake shop outside. Dressed in his distinctive robe, his unique demeanor stood out immediately in the crowd. The Secretary General, standing at the bottom of the building, spotted Ji Heng at once. His gaze fleetingly swept over the report card in Ji Heng's hand, and the Secretary General gave a sarcastic smile at 450 points. Ren Xian was busy today and had no time to attend Ren Wangxuan's parent-teacher meeting. Ren Jiawei was always very busy. And Ren Wanxian didn't want Ji Sharon to come, so it was almost always the Secretary General who showed up. He didn't see eye to eye with the Ji family members. Secretary General. The principal, hearing of the Secretary General's arrival, hurried over with several leaders to greet him. This was the person second only to Ren Xian. The Secretary General gave them a slight nod. When the principal approached the Secretary General, it was clearly for a reason. He smiled and got straight to the point. Yesterday, Miss Ren had a conflict with a student from class 15. It's just a little friction between students. We hope Miss Ren is generous and will continue to shoot tomorrow. Ren Wanxian had already spoken to the Secretary General about this incident. He merely glanced at the principal and the others while walking forward, scoffing, "Principal, do you really think it's just a little friction?" The principal was taken aback. The students of Class 8 have good living conditions and can afford a small cafeteria. That's what their parents and grandparents worked for, the Secretary General said with a smile as he looked at the principal. How the other students live, that's their ancestors' issue. Principal, do you understand? The words of the Secretary General were veiled yet mocking. Was he implying that students from other classes were jealous of Class 8 students and deliberately targeted them? The principal pursed his lips without speaking immediately. The lady is with her senior brother. The Secretary General looked faintly at the principal. I believe you've also heard of him. He might help our miss to submit an entry for the Orchid Pavilion Award this year. Everyone knew about the Orchid Pavilion Award, which had an influence not unlike the 100 Flowers Award in the entertainment industry. Those present were all quite astonished. The Secretary General enjoyed their expressions before speaking. Our miss isn't opposed to continuing writing. Possibility arose. The eyes of the principal and the others lit up. Have the people from Class 15 apologize to our miss in person? The Secretary General spoke slowly but with authority. Only then will she continue to write. Chapter 135, 053 refuses entry to Jiang Jing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update, _1. Having said that, the Secretary General didn't wait for their response and headed straight for the door. Behind him, the principal and the others exchanged glances. Suddenly one spoke up, "I'll go find Teacher Lu, and have Zhang Xi's and the others apologize to Ren Wanxian." The principal sighed but did not object. Indeed, yesterday's incident was Zhang Shi's fault, and students from Class 15 should apologize to Ren Wanxian. Although it seemed a bit much, the principal always had to think about the bigger picture. There was no one else in the entire school who could film that shot other than Ren Wanxian. The Secretary General had essentially represented Ren Xian's stance. This wasn't just the Secretary General's attitude, but also Ren Xian's. The bunch of students from Class 15 were indeed lively and lovely, and he had a good relationship with them, but to offend Ren Xian over this trifle, and consequently be unable to shoot the video, was simply not worth the loss. Outside, at the milk tea shop, Bai Lian was brushing up on her work while waiting for Ji Heng at the milk tea shop. The place was as crowded as ever. Qi Yundai, expressionless, finished his morning tasks and, taking off his chef's hat, was about to leave coldly. Nobody in the kitchen dared to speak to him. It was only when Qi Yundai observed Bai Lian sitting outside that he turned around 180 degrees. "Miss Bai, what brings you here?" Qi Yundai took a seat opposite her. He was very surprised. Today, Bai Lian was dressed in sky blue long sleeves, with each black button fastened meticulously. One hand held a black pen, the other casually pressed down an exercise book, lazily working on questions. Upon hearing him, she raised an eyebrow indifferently. Master Qi, because of his delicious cooking, Bai Lian had quite a bit of respect for him. "Just call me Xiao Qi." Qi Yundai sat across from her, the unwelcoming expression on his face was gone, and he began to complain. "I've been making cakes for over half a month now, you know." He really missed his cases. He would even prefer to go back to teaching that group of blockheads. He had almost forgotten what his main job was. Qi Yundai was around 40, a bit older than Chief Chen. Bai Lian couldn't bring herself to look at his face. "But don't you like it?" Bai Lian listened to him attentively, her fingers writing a string of neat characters. Qi Yundai spoke despondently. "No, that was in the past." He was paying for his youthful recklessness. When Ji Heng came to find Bai Lian, he found Qi Yundai chattering non-stop in front of her. A stranger arrives. Instantly, Qi Yundai's face turned cold, and he regressed to his expressionless self. Bai Lian introduced Ji Heng to him. Qi Yundai stood up, graceful. "Mr. Ji, hello, I am Xiao Qi, the cake chef here." Yet another stranger. Following Bai Lian, Ji Heng felt that in this past month, he had met all the people he was meant to meet in his lifetime. "Hello, Xiao Qi." Ji Heng, holding his pipe, greeted politely. But he wasn't particularly warm. Qi Yundai only complained to people he knew well. Bai Lian praised his cooking last night. Jianghu Lai was a bit nicer to him, so unilaterally, Qi Yundai counted her as one of his people. In front of Bai Lian, he could vent. In front of others, he remained a cold, heartless cake-making machine. "Mr. Ji," Qi Yundai returned to the kitchen and took out a bag of freshly baked cakes. "This is a new product with less sugar. Take it home and try it." He placed a bag of cakes in Ji Heng's hands. Before Ji Heng could react, Qi Yundai greeted Bai Lian and turned to leave. It was Ji Heng's first time receiving these little cakes. He looked down and, subconsciously, glanced at Bai Lian. With her slender legs crossed, Bai Lian tapped on them as she methodically finished a problem, one hand propping her chin, and lazily smiled at Ji Heng. "The cake is delicious." In meeting your mother later, Ji Heng didn't sit down, holding his pipe. He stood in front of Bai Lian, his weathered eyes deep. "Will you come with me?" Ji Heng had decided to accept Ji Mulan's invitation. If it had been 2 years earlier, Ji Heng would never have agreed to meet Ji Mulan. But now, simply because of Bai Lian, Ji Heng was willing to see her, especially since Ji Xiaojun had mentioned that the person Ji Mulan had found this time had better character than Bai Qiming. He decided to check it out. "No." Bai Lian rested her wrist on the table, calmly capped the pen with her other hand, and spoke in a light tone. Ji Heng nodded. "Okay." Not wanting to see Ji Mulan again, Bai Lian headed back to the library to plan dining out with Jiang He. It was a small restaurant near the school. With her legs propped up, her slender, fair fingers pulled out a menu hidden under the teacup, and she tilted her chin toward Jiang He, casually asking, "Is there anything you don't eat?" This wasn't her first meal with Jiang He. Chapter 136, 053 refuses entry to Jiang Jing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update, _2 but it was the first time she had ordered dishes for him. Jiang He slowly looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian did not realize the seriousness of the issue, only squinting her eyes slightly. Jiang He bowed his head and began to list the dishes. "I don't eat celery, potatoes, carrots, lotus root, cucumbers, lettuce, soybeans, asparagus." A lock of black hair fell by Bai Lian's forehead, her fair fingers holding a pencil, her dark eyes filled with self-doubt. "Ah?" Jiang He quietly added the last one, tribute vegetable. Although he only said it once and listed a long string of names, Bai Lian remembered them all. She looked at Jiang He with a smile that was not quite a smile and then casually ordered a few dishes. avoiding those he did not eat. After she finished ordering, she took out her phone, wanting to complain to someone. Bai Lian, this world actually has so many dishes. Jianghu Lai was still busy at this time. His team member had placed his lunch next to his desk, which he put aside dismissively to attend to later, after finishing his tasks. He massaged his forehead and removed his glasses. He looked coldly at the team members, his brows and eyes frosted over as if sunlight shone onto a snowy field. Has your brain grown mold? Hewen led the apology. I'm sorry. Don't ask. If you do, apologize. Are you apologizing to me? You're apologizing to Euler. If he had known that you would treat his formula this way, he would have preferred to take it with him to King Yama, Jianghu Lai said icily. Hewen's head almost drooped to the floor. Here he was, the up-and-coming prince of mathematics, only to find his reputation ruined in the laboratory today. Jianghu Lai bowed his head and closed the file. Looking at his phone screen, he took a deep breath. Don't be angry, at least Hewen is a person. Get out, we'll have a group meeting at 2, he said as he looked up, his tone cold and clear. Considerably calmer. Hewen and the others left as if fleeing, and the moment they exited the office, Hewen was pinned by the neck. Didn't you say to write it like this? I believed you and didn't check. How could you betray our trust? It's not. Cough, cough. Hewen struggled and waved his hand. Doesn't anyone care about our life-saving benefactor? In the office. Jianghu Lai opened his lunchbox with one hand and unlocked his phone with the other, replying to Bai Lian's message. Jianghu Lai, what dishes? Did you also just have lunch? Bai Lian, image. Bai Lian, what a pity, so many dishes did not grow into Jiang Xianiao's liking. Jianghu Lai clicked on the image Bai Lian sent. It was the 2 dishes she had ordered. Jiang he does not eat a lot of things, which Jianghu Lai was aware of. He raised an eyebrow and slowly, deliberately replied, don't worry about him, he's just picky, that's why he's so short. He quickly switched to Jiang He's WeChat. Jianghu Lai, smile. Meanwhile, Ji Heng also met Ji Mulan. In front of others, Ji Mulan was assertive, but facing Ji Heng, she became much more silent. The two hadn't sat down for a proper talk in almost 20 years. It was Ji Mulan's first time sitting across from Ji Heng, and as she reached a certain age, people aged faster. In Ji Mulan's memory, Ji Heng was still a middle-aged man with not much white in his hair. But the Ji Heng sitting across from her now had his face filled with deep lines, and his eyes were no longer as bright as before. Especially his hair, which was almost entirely white. Ji Mulan instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. After so many years of separation, the father and daughter were now very silent in each other's presence. Having calmed significantly over more than 20 years, Ji Heng put down his tobacco pipe and the cake, looking across at Su-en. You're getting married at the end of the year? Yes, Su-en, holding Ji Mulan's hand, replied earnestly, don't worry, I will take good care of her. Old people are accurate judges of character. And so was Ji Heng. He could tell at a glance that Su-en was indeed different from Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming had never once brought Ji Mulan back after they got married. Su-en, even before marrying her, had already brought Ji Mulan back with him. You should be able to see the difference in our family's circumstances, Ji Heng mused aloud. Anyone in Jiangjing from an ordinary family was beyond their comparison. This time Su-en fell silent for a moment. His mother, indeed, was not willing. Life is for 2 people to share, Su-en pondered for a moment before seriously saying, I don't live with my parents anyway, so she won't feel pressured being with me. That was when Ji Heng refrained from speaking. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Su-en changed the subject, looking at the cake Ji Heng had placed on the table. This cake you bought for Alien is very nice looking. Ji Heng glanced at the cake, his tone much warmer when mentioning Bai Lian. He bowed his head and methodically opened his tobacco pouch. No, it was a gift from her friend Xiao Qi, the tobacco was from Xiao Chen. Chapter 137, 053 refuses entry to Jiangjing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet, second update, _3 Xiao Qi? Xiaochen? Su En nodded. He didn't care who this Xiaoqi or Xiaochen was, as long as the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Alien got 450 on her monthly exam. Jiheng began slowly. She switched from liberal arts to science, and her teacher said she has a lot of spirit. You don't need to worry about this matter. 450? Su En nodded without saying anything. He was surrounded by geniuses. Saying words of praise for a score of 450 would just be too insincere. But since the elder was so happy, he didn't say anything. I'm going to see why the dishes haven't arrived yet. Su En smiled as he stood up, leaving the private room to the father and daughter. After he left, Ji Mulan, clutching the bag, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Dad." Jiheng said, lowering his head as he slowly folded the report card and put it in his pocket. Is Su En's family even better off than the Bai family? Although it was phrased as a question, he was already certain of it. Ji Mulan came back to her senses, quickly wiping her eyes. She regained her savvy and beautiful appearance. Yes, his family has many connections, so I thought of taking Alien. Let Alien stay in Xiangcheng. Jiheng lit his tobacco and took a rough drag. Smoke blurred his face. Dad, you, Ji Mulan was sparked at once. She had come back this time for Bai Lian. But Jiheng raised his hand, interrupting her. As you said, Su En's family is well off, and he's surrounded by capable and outstanding people. What kind of life could our alien lead there? There are barriers between Xiangcheng and Jiangjing. Ji Mulan paused. Also, Jiheng sighed, his family doesn't agree with your marriage, does it? If you take Alien there as well, to what extent do you two plan to live at the mercy of others? That silenced Ji Mulan completely. The Su family actually supported many people. Taking in one more person was not a big deal for them. But among those they supported, who wasn't talented? To Mrs. Su, Bai Lian might be less important than even the dogs she raised. Did she really want to take Bai Lian to live such a life? Then my marriage to Su En. Ji Mulan opened her mouth. Jiheng took another drag of his cigarette, looking down. We will go. Great, great. Ji Mulan unavoidably became emotional. It was the first time she spoke calmly with Jiheng, and he was willing to attend her wedding. They'll have someone come to pick you up when the time comes. We'll talk about it later. Jiheng shook his head. The three of them finished their meal in peace. After escorting Jiheng away, Ji Mulan finally confirmed with Su En that they would not be bringing Bai Lian back to Jiangjing. Not going back? Su En glanced at her. Although he was surprised, he didn't ask much. He didn't try to persuade Ji Mulan to bring Bai Lian back to Jiangjing. After all, Bai Lian wasn't some irreplaceable lab talent, not yet to the point where he'd be troubled. Go and find out what Mr. Chen's recent likes are, Su En instructed his assistant, and present my card of respect. Monday. After lunch with Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin, Bai Lian returned to the class. Passing by the office, Lu Lingxi hadn't left yet. She was arguing with the principal. You must be joking. Having Zhang Xiai's apologize to her? Let me ask you, what did he do wrong? I haven't even dealt with you yet about Ren Wanxian, Chen Zhu, and Chen Wei tricking our class longsword. And you have the nerve to speak up. The principal helplessly tried to appease Lu Lingxi. We should focus on the big picture. Don't you want to complete the task given by the Bureau of Culture and Tourism? It wasn't Ren who said it, it was decided by Mr. Ren and his Secretary General. The principal hadn't expected Lu Lingxi to react so strongly over just an apology. Lu Lingxi knew that getting angry with the principal was pointless. She fell silent for a moment, then called the Secretary General. The phone was answered after just 2 rings. Lu Lingxi politely recounted the entire sequence of events, emphasizing longsword, and finished by saying, this publicity won't harm Ren's reputation. In the future, Ren will also be a spokesperson for Xiangcheng. The Secretary General naturally knew this. More so, he was more aware of the situation than the school. The development was initiated by Mr. Chen. From beginning to end, the Secretary General hadn't planned for Ren Wanxian to step down. His tone remained calm. Do you think our Ren family would care about this? Lu Lingxi pressed her temples. This is also a request from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. You wouldn't want to cause them embarrassment, would you? So. The voice from the phone, while the Secretary General glanced at the conference room's Ren Xian, revealed a smile. Why should the Bureau come to us about something concerning your miss? Unless there's an apology, apologize. Forgive our miss for not cooperating. He hung up the phone with a click. Office. The principal looked helplessly at Lu Lingxi, and then sighed. Then should we just let Zhang Xi's apologize? Outside the door, Bai Lian heard everything loud and clear. She was dressed in a white shirt, casually holding her school jacket, her black eyes narrowed slightly, a lock of hair lazily resting across her brow as she raised a hand. Do they have to have her? The principal and Lu Lingxi were both startled. They turned around. Bai Lian looked at them, tilting her head slightly. Or is anyone who knows Liang-style calligraphy all right? Chapter 138, 054 Imperial Tutor. The true strength of Bai Lian _1 Xiangqing is taking this cultural and tourism planning very seriously. From Ren Xian and his likes down to the children, everyone is cooperating to maintain Xiangcheng's civilized appearance. From ancient times till now, Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School has carried on its traditions for many years. The stone in the middle of the schoolyard is the biggest highlight. When the Culture and Tourism Bureau sent the order to the school, the principal immediately entered into full combat mode. He even emotionally and logically persuaded Lu Lingxi, pulling out Bai Lian. At the moment, when Ren Wanxian unilaterally said she didn't want to record, the principal really panicked. To him, the matter of making an apology, Lu Lingxi took it far too seriously. Calligraphy is most important. The principal had a very good impression of Bai Lian. He knew she always studied earnestly everywhere. Others might not know, but the principal was very aware that her physics grades had caught the attention of Jiang Jing, but in our school, only Ren Wanxian has achieved the highest level of study. The history and culture of Xiangqing are profound, especially the Bai family. The most glorious stroke of the great Yong dynasty was like a brilliant firework. Resplendent yet fleeting. It bloomed only in Xiangqing. The stone standing in the courtyard of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School represented Liang-style calligraphy, and the culture presented in the video had to be the Liang style. Not to mention, that was also the style that Mr. Chen valued. Therefore, the only choice for this role was none other than Ren Wanxian. The Ren family was firmly holding on to the principal's lifeline. Oh, Bai Lian's gaze didn't fall on the two of them, her dark pupils seemingly fixed on some point in the void. In that case, I can give it a try. What are you going to try? Lu Lingxi blurted out instinctively. You and Zhang Xi's don't need to worry about this. Halfway through speaking, Lu Lingxi suddenly realized what Bai Lian meant. She scrutinized Bai Lian carefully. The girl's snow-white shirt was meticulously buttoned from bottom to top, and the cuffs and collar were embroidered with green gentleman bamboo. Her black pupils reflected the scattered sunlight outside the window. Peaceful and calm. You know Liang style too? Yes, Bai Lian nodded. Lu Lingxi knew about Bai Lian's foundation in Guanga style calligraphy. Although Guanga style was good, it was quite limited by the development of other styles. But she was always not one to discourage students and would not deny them opportunities. Then should we let Bai Lian try? Lu Lingxi suggested to the principal. Calligraphy isn't something just anyone can pick up and execute well. It requires training from an early age and immense wrist strength. According to what the principal knew, the hardship a calligrapher endured while practicing hanging the wrist was no less than that at Shaolin Temple. That's why few persisted with the practice. Getting onto the promotional video wasn't a matter of just any casually written character, it required characters that were presentable on stage. In the whole school, only Ren Wengshuan's practice showed proper form, but to say it so directly to Bai Lian would be too discouraging. The principal stared at Bai Lian for a while before speaking. Write a few characters for me to see first. He hadn't prepared any brush, ink, paper, or inkstone, so he just found a white paper in the office and a black pen on Lu Lingxi's desk, then handed it to Bai Lian to write. Bai Lian wasn't particular about the pen or the paper, nor the setting. She put aside her jacket, spread a blank A4 sheet on the table, and with her slender and strong fingers holding the black pen, she wrote 4 characters. Meanwhile, the principal and Lu Lingxi were still debating over the possibility of sending Zhang Xiais to apologize. Having put down the pen, Bai Lian picked up her school uniform, looked up towards Lu Lingxi and the principal, and politely said, "Teacher, I have finished writing." "So quickly?" The principal was somewhat surprised since he was accustomed to Ren Wangxuan's writing. She needed a long time to prepare, and she would write with great care, redoing it over and over if dissatisfied. Bai Lian hadn't even taken a minute from start to end, had she? Lu Lingxi glanced at the principal, then gently said to Bai Lian, "All right, you go back to doing your homework." After Bai Lian left, the principal continued, leaving aside the matter with the long sword, it would be quite normal for Zhang Xiais to apologize. Living in this world, it's impossible not to adapt. As for the characters Bai Lian wrote, the principal hadn't even looked at them. He just didn't believe Bai Lian could write Liang style. "Why leave aside the long sword?" Lu Lingxi scoffed. "I haven't even started to make trouble for them, and you're already leaving it aside." She turned around and returned to her seat. Seeing the paper that Bai Lian had casually placed on the desk, she picked it up and examined it. "No, why is your vision so narrow?" the principal still wanted to convince her. After talking for a while and realizing that Lu Lingxi was ignoring him, he turned around only to find her holding a piece of paper, so engrossed that she was lost in thought. The principal walked over to have a look, and upon seeing it, his face, previously filled with helpless entanglement, instantly turned to dumbfounded astonishment. Chapter 139, 054 Imperial Tutor, The True Strength of Bai Lian _2. There were only 4 characters written on the paper, Bai's Imperial Vines. It was the phrase she had used the first time to introduce herself. Even though she used a plain black pen, each character was deeply etched into the paper, their strength seeming to burst through the back, swirling and retreating with a surging vitality, the sinew of each character fully revealed. Through the paper, one could feel the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping. What kind of experience did it take to write with such formidable expression? Last time Director Chen visited, he was not very satisfied with Ren Wangxuan's calligraphy. At that time, the principal had not understood, but now he finally had a faint understanding of why Director Chen had looked down on Ren Wangxuan's calligraphy. Because he had seen better. Ren Wangxuan's characters indeed lacked a bit of real combat experience. "Teacher Lu," the principal pulled out the paper from Lu Lingxi's hand and murmured, "I think you're right, this apology might not necessarily need to be spoken out loud, I'll go contact the photographer right away." Having said that, the principal stuffed the paper into his pocket and hurriedly left. Behind him, Lu Lingxi, wait, had she read it all? The last class of the afternoon. The class meeting. Lu Lingxi walked to the class with her lesson plan and notebook, setting her eyes on Bai Lian, who was already neatly dressed in her school uniform and was quietly working on her test papers, resembling a quiet and beautiful cat with an air of mystery about her. She also seemed like a prisoner straining to break free from the mist and hardship. Lu Lingxi could almost see every student in the class clearly, except for Bai Lian. She was diligent and studious, more so than anyone else in the class, but sometimes she seemed to step out of this world, quietly observing everything from a bystander's perspective. The monthly test is coming again next week. Lu Lingxi placed her notebook on the desk, ignoring the moans of some students. "Half the term is already over, it's time to buckle down. And I'm talking to you, Zhang Xiais." Zhang Xiais hadn't expected he could still be singled out by Lu Lingxi even with his face buried in the desk. He could only nod miserably. After the usual class meeting, Lu Lingxi called Bai Lian out again. To tell her to go for the photo shoot the next noon. Bai Lian nodded slightly after listening, meaning it was okay as long as she knew how to write in Liang style, and it wasn't a designated person. Returning to her seat, Zhang Xiais was still sticking his head out talking to someone across the aisle. "My parents don't have such high expectations for me either, and I'm not that smart, don't have any grand aspirations. I think it's quite good this way." Zhang Shi's life motto was, whatever obstructed him, he would give up. He didn't have grand aspirations and wasn't even sure what he wanted to do in the future. Halfway through his speech, he saw Bai Lian and couldn't help but touch his nose. "Do you think I'm very hopeless?" Bai Lian picked up her pen and glanced at him. Why would you think so? There are many kinds of lives. Just choose what you like. And, you are quite impressive. Most people feel guilty and reflective about their own relaxation and entertainment. Feeling like they're wasting their time. But not everything has to be meaningful, and in this regard, Zhang Xiai's does quite well, just purely happy. Really? Zhang Xiai's crossed his legs, smiled broadly, then lowered his voice to Bai Lian. I'm thinking about becoming an extra in Yan Lu's film crew after I graduate. It took Bai Lian a while to search her memory before she grasped what an extra meant. Typical Zhang Xiai's, his biggest dream was just to be an extra. You should at least be a director. After school in the afternoon. Bai Lian received a message from Mao Kuan. The logo for Imperial Revitalizing Plaster was out, and nowadays, too few people use traditional medicine. Once this plaster appeared in the fighting ring, it became popular throughout Bakhtur Street, circulating among a group of mercenaries. White tank top, sis, there's a Western doctor looking for you. White tank top, he's a foreigner. White tank top, he's very curious about Chinese medicine. Bai Lian hadn't been concerned about it, but she arched an eyebrow when she heard he was curious about Chinese medicine. As she packed up her things, she replied to Mao Kuan. Bai Lian, 1, white tank top, got it. White tank top, do you have Instagram? Bai Lian had never heard of it, so she didn't reply. 2 seconds later, white tank top, okay, got it. 5 minutes later, Bai Lian received a WeChat friend request, and upon checking, the avatar belonged to an old man with white hair and blue eyes. She accepted the friend request. Lance, your plaster is amazing. Bai Lian had memorized a lot of English words in the past month and could understand them and communicate in simple English. Bai Lian, thank you. The two conversed for a few exchanges, the other party speaking in English, and she responding in Chinese characters, which she could understand. Chapter 140, 054 Imperial Tutor. The true strength of Bai Lian _3. She said the other party couldn't understand her and needed a translator, but from her reaction time, this Lance could tell she knew English. Lance began to ask, can you speak English? Bai Lian, no. Bai Lian closed her phone, yet her face remained composed. She indeed knew a bit of foreign languages because she needed to understand others' languages to study their items, but she only spoke and typed in Chinese. You don't understand? Then it had nothing to do with her. Yang Lin was much better today, and the bruising on her arm had disappeared. She went to the milk tea shop with Bai Lian. She went there for a part-time job. Jianghu waited for Bai Lian at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Ming Dongheng did not accompany Jianghu. The one waiting with Jianghu for Bai Lian was Director Chen. Miss Bai, Director Chen was on the phone. When he saw Bai Lian, he said something to the person on the other end, put down the phone, but still had a worried look on his face. Jianghu stood up, walked over to Bai Lian, and grabbed the hem of her clothes. Bai Lian didn't want to talk much with Director Chen, but remembering that he had given Ji Heng tobacco the day before, she set down her backpack and asked lazily, ran into some trouble? Yeah, Director Chen didn't guard against Bai Lian and just vented to her, in working on Shangqing culture and tourism, lots of relics needing restoration, the clash between workers and the police force yesterday, it's blowing up online. Some media had fermented the situation. This incident had a terrible impact on Shangqing. On one hand, they said the wretched terrain breeds troublemakers, on the other, they said the local police department was corrupt. The incident itself was overly sensitive. Director Chen wondered whether to entirely lock down the news and stop journalists from reporting on it. Of course, he only wanted to vent at the moment and wasn't expecting advice from Bai Lian. As Bai Lian walked toward the library, she listened quietly. Only after he finished did she look at Director Chen. It's best not to block this issue. Huh? Director Chen looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Bai Lian unpleasingly looked back at him, her almond eyes misty. Blocking is worse than channeling. As an administrator, what you want isn't to shut people up, but to show that survival is fundamental to the common people, to openly investigate. She laid out a clear strategy for Director Chen. Finally, she extended a pale finger, lightly tapped Director Chen's chest, and lazily turned her head with a smile. There's no absolute in law. You represent authority, credibility, so never let yourself lose the power of speech. Director Chen rarely discussed such matters with anyone. Ming Dongheng couldn't understand. Jianghu Lai didn't have the time to talk about it with him. He never imagined that he'd hear these insights from a high school senior. It was like breaking through layers of fog. I understand. Director Chen straightened up, now looking at Bai Lian with a touch of respect. Thank you, Miss Bai. This Miss Bai was more respectful than any he had said before. The library was one stop away from the school, and Bai Lian walked there because she was talking with Director Chen. The two of them talked about a lot more in bits and pieces. Upon reaching Xiangqing Library, Director Chen respectfully saw Bai Lian off as she went in, his heart shocked from his first casual chat with her. Many strategies she spoke of were enlightening. If Bai Lian wasn't clearly a high school senior, he couldn't help but wonder, had she been an official? Otherwise, where had she learned such art of governance? After Bai Lian entered the library, he took out his phone, calling his people. Have you found any good tobacco yet? Make it quick. After giving orders, Director Chen opened the chat with Ming Dongheng. He faintly sensed a broad and open path spreading out before him. Qin Yongkuan, Mr. Ming, what does Miss Bai like to eat? Qin Yongkuan, what are her hobbies in daily life? Qin Yongkuan, besides guzheng, what else does she like to do? Ming Dongheng just sent back 2 characters, suicidal. Director Chen, who was furiously typing, damn it, this guy's sharp when he shouldn't be and as oblivious as a dog when he needs to be sharp. Unbelievable. Well, he might as well put more effort into his work with Mr. G. Of course, Director Chen wouldn't know Bai Lian's teacher was Liang Zuan, the emperor's teacher, the greatest prime minister through the ages, who taught the emperor's technique and practiced the way of the world. His students included one who became an emperor. Could the other one be far behind? Chapter 141, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bei's handwriting. Part 2, _Iren family. As soon as Ren Wanxian got home, she saw Ren Qian instructing the secretary, tobacco, do you have a channel? Get more tobacco. The Secretary General nodded. He too had heard of Qin Yes Men's recent frantic search for various tobaccos. On the surface, everyone seemed peaceful, but secretly, who knows how many people had been reassigned to this task. Tobacco production wasn't prominent in Xiangqing. They were looking for rare tobaccos across the country to pave the way to Qin Yes' door. It wasn't until Ren Qian went upstairs that the Secretary General turned to Ren Wanxian. Miss, did those people from Class 15 come to apologize to you today? No, Ren Wanxian shook her head, feeling uneasy. The principal didn't seek me out either. Could something have happened? Even if the people from Class 15 didn't come, the principal should have, at least. But Ren Wanxian hadn't seen anyone all afternoon. It was only after she'd lost her temper that day that Ren Wanxian realized the seriousness of the situation, but she couldn't swallow her pride to look for the principal. So she let the Secretary General handle it. What could possibly go wrong? The Secretary General had full confidence in Ren Wengshuan's capabilities. What else could they do? Aside from you, could they find another person to assist them with the shoot? Listening to the Secretary General's comforting words, Ren Wanxian calmed down. He was right about that. What you need to do now is just wait patiently and see who loses their patience first. Strength is everything, the Secretary General said with a smile. Watch, by tomorrow they'll be asking for your help. Library. As soon as Bai Lian sat down with Jiang He, she received a message from an unnamed mobile number. Let's meet somewhere tomorrow to talk. No signature, but Bai Lian knew it was Ji Mulan. She didn't respond. On the other end of the phone, Ji Mulan was frustrated by the lack of reply. Beside her, Su En was video conferencing with the administrative director, his brow furrowed. No tobacco channels under our name? Keep looking, Qin Yi is in Xiangqing, a rare opportunity. In Jiangjing, they wouldn't even have the chance to meet Qin Yi. Ji Mulan didn't quite understand these business maneuvers. She and Su En indeed had a significant gap between them, just as Ji Heng had said, bringing Bai Lian might not have been a good idea. She quietly sat aside and listened, not disturbing them. After Su En ended the video call, he turned to Ji Mulan. She didn't agree to meet with you? Yes. Ji Mulan nodded and then shook her head. I'll find her directly tomorrow. Su En wasn't concerned about Bai Lian. What bothered him was his rejected invitation. Bai Lian was in the library figuring out the Jianghu University Prep Camps app. She wasn't good at chemistry. Usually too lazy to do the problems on it, but luckily, the Jianghu University Prep Camp app now allowed skipping the problems she couldn't do. Today, Bai Lian had completed a physics problem and a math problem. Started doing problems? Jiang Fulai just arrived upstairs and noticed someone practicing Jianghu University's prep camp problems, raising an eyebrow. Bai Lian, with one hand pressing down on the paper and the other holding a pen calculating a problem, wore a snow-white blouse, half leaning on the desk. Under the library lighting, her profile shone, making her look graceful and beautiful no matter how you looked at her. She was always serious when doing homework, but today she seemed particularly languid and sluggish. What's that? Bai Lian changed her position, propping her chin with her hand and lazily looked up. She noticed the glass bottle in Jiang Fulai's hand. Pale blue water contained dark blue crystalline structures resembling snowflakes. Bai Lian quickly became captivated by the beautiful shade of blue. The library wasn't crowded. Jiang Fulai sat opposite her, slightly leaning back in his chair, and pushed the bottle over with an air of nonchalance. Blue crystal flower vase. Bai Lian took it and quietly observed the bottle under the light, looking at the crystallized blue flowers. Made with glycine and basic copper carbonate, Jiang Fulai's light-colored eyes always appeared cold, but now as he sat in the library, the light created a hint of a languid charm. Do you know this blue has another name? Bai Lian continued to observe the blue crystals. From Jiang Fulai's words, she roughly knew they were made with chemicals. Klein blue, Jiang Fulai said faintly. Bai Lian nodded, silently repeating the name. In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Fulai noticed Bai Lian working on the app's problems. He sat up a bit straighter and asked as if casually, started doing problems? He had always thought Bai Lian didn't want to do problems. He only found out later that she was a bit weak in chemistry and biology, but he never saw her studying chemistry. Yes, Bai Lian glanced at her phone, then smiled. It seems I can skip the chemistry questions now. Chapter 142, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bei's handwriting. Part 2, _2 Someone with hidden talent and fame lightly opened their mouth. Pretty good. Jiang He sat next to Bai Lian, flipping through a large dictionary expressionlessly. During your winter vacation, the Jianghu app will have a local training camp. Jiang Fulai reached for Bai Lian's phone and flipped through it a bit. It's quite helpful for chemistry. This was the first time Bai Lian had heard about the training camp, and she pondered it. 9 o'clock. The library closed. Jiang Fulai watched Bai Lian pack her book bag, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, and after a moment's thought, he said, Qi Yundai made a lot of delicious food today. Qi Yundai was the best cook Bai Lian had ever encountered. She hesitated a bit about the meal he prepared but still, swooshed, to zip up her jacket and slanted her head towards Jiang Fulai with a hint of regret. Then you'll have to go eat with Jiang Xiaoniao. I have to go back and have dinner with my grandfather. Ji Heng had been restless these past few days. Bai Lian would go back every night to have dinner with him. Your grandfather hasn't eaten yet? Jiang Fulai looked at her. Emichim, you guys go eat. Bai Lian waved behind her. I'll take the bus back. Having said that, the bus came to a stop, and Bai Lian got on board with her backpack. Jiang Fulai watched expressionlessly as the bus swayed into the distance, leaving him staring at its rear. Next to him, Jiang He crouched on the ground. He silently looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked down at him with a high and mighty gaze and let out a cold laugh. Are you crouching down to avoid being found by someone? The next day, Tuesday. Bai Lian didn't have lunch because she had to reshoot the promotional video. It was still the same photographer from last time. He recognized Bai Lian and was surprised. Bai can also write in the Liang style? Before Bai Lian could speak, the excited principal beside her explained to the photographer, yes, and Bai writes the Liang style very well. Today was for reshooting the scene of writing in large characters. Bai Lian took off her school uniform jacket, revealing a light white shirt underneath, and then picked up a wolf hair brush. "Write on this board," said the photographer in a gentle voice, naturally obliging since it was a newcomer recommended by the principal. Bai Lian stood in front of the board. She held down the rice paper with one hand and lifted the wolf hair brush with the other, her eyes and brows lowered. Her hair was loosely secured by a wooden hairpin. The sun filtered through the trees and the window, casting mottled shadows on her, shrouding her in a hazy and mysterious aura. Without any extra movements like those of Ren Wanxian, everyone on set involuntarily held their breath. She always had an inexplicable quality about her that seemed to link with the entire Xiangqing in countless ways. This sense of a collision between the past and the present was all too obvious. Without hearing the next step for a long while, Bai Lian looked up, asking in surprise, "Can I start now?" "Oh," the photographer came back to his senses, "yes, you can start." "Just like that, it feels great." He turned on the camera. Only then did Bai Lian lift her wrist and write a line on the paper. "After drinking wildly to the heart's content with enemies, one man, one arrow, stormed through Fengdu." This was the line from a stone in their school, and also the one that Ren Wanxian had tried and failed to write well over and over again that day. Bai Lian completed it in one go. As she wrote, her strokes were fluid like drifting clouds and flowing water, her calligraphy robust and forceful. She had felt an overwhelming presence while writing with black ink for the principal the day before, and this was nothing compared to today when she was using the wolf hair brush she was most comfortable with. At a glance, each character seemed to exude an aura of ferocity and pride. This line of text made it easy to envision scenes of brave combat. Such was the charm of calligraphy. This was the resonating passion etched in the DNA of the people, felt through just a line of writing. Bai Lian, after writing, looked at the line for a while and was dissatisfied. Then she turned her head towards the photographer. "I want to do it over." Since this was for promotion, it didn't need to be perfect. She had not removed the iridium bracelet from her wrist, and the brushstrokes hadn't quite reached the necessary strength. Bai Lian was about to take the inkstone and crumple the paper into a ball. The principal hurriedly stopped her, snatching the paper from Bai Lian's hands. "Do it over? It's written so well, why would you want to redo it?" The photographer also replayed the video. He didn't understand calligraphy, but could feel the impact from Bai Lian's writing. Last time they filmed Ren Wanxian, he knew that calligraphers needed to be in the right state of mind to write well. A good state meant good writing, no state meant dissatisfaction no matter the effort, as was the case with Ren Wanxian. If Bai Lian's writing, as impressive as it was, got destroyed, what if she couldn't reproduce the same effect? "Let's just leave it like this, Bai." The principal carefully dried the ink, his eyes never leaving the piece of writing. "You go back to your class. This writing will remain as it is." Chapter 143, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bai's handwriting. Part 2, _3 Just like that, fearing Bai Lian might crumple up the paper. Clearly, he shared the same thoughts as the photographer. Bai Lian, she opened her mouth, wanting to explain. Then she was pushed out of the door by the photographer. Bai Lian looked at the closed door, somewhat speechless. "Principal, my school uniform." The door opened a crack. The school uniform was thrown out. Bai Lian picked up her uniform and looked at the door for a long while. "Fine then." She slowly walked toward the direction of the cafeteria. Since the photo shoot was quick, most students hadn't finished eating. As soon as Bai Lian entered the cafeteria, Pu Xiaohan waved at her. "Over here." Pu Xiaohan had gotten Bai Lian some food. The group finished their meal and then returned to class. Along the way, they happened to run into a line of students from Class 8. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu had just finished eating too, and neither group had a good impression of the other, but at least they maintained superficial peace. Ren Wengshuan's eyes darkly stared at Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai's felt goosebumps all over. Sister Lian, let's go, there's something filthy here. He exaggeratedly spoke and left with the class 15 students. Behind them, Ren Wanxian looked even more upset. She had thought Zhang Xiai's intentionally came to apologize, so why did he just leave? By her side, Chenju also remembered the last incident. What happened with that thing? I don't know. Ren Wanxian was also feeling frustrated. She knew that the photo shoot was scheduled for noon today, but Zhang Xiai's hadn't looked for her, and neither had the principal. I'm going to find the principal. The whole situation from beginning to end was shrouded in strangeness. The Secretary General told her to stay put. The principal and people from class 15 would surely come to find her. Initially, she was indeed full of confidence and didn't take it to heart, but as time almost ran out, she hadn't seen anyone come to apologize. That's when Ren Wanxian began to panic. She went to look for the principal in his office, but he was not there at that time. Ren Wanxian waited patiently for another 10 minutes before he finally arrived, late as usual. Ren's student, seeing Ren Wanxian, the principal was quite surprised, then seemed to understand something. He smiled, yet didn't say it straight out. Please, take a seat. Ren Wanxian sat down. The principal then poured himself a cup of tea and began leisurely. Ren student, what brings you here? Ren Wanxian could tell by the principal's composed manner that things were different than she and the Secretary General had imagined. Principal, Ren Wengshuan's demeanor as always had no issues. She was very polite. Regarding the cultural and tourism promotion, please don't take my grandfather's secretary's words to heart. This was offering a way out. The principal smiled gently, his voice very warm. So you've forgiven Zhang Xiai's? We are all classmates. The principal nodded. That's good. And that was all he said. Ren Wanxian waited for the principal to accept her offer, but after his, that's good, he fell silent. Seeing that Ren Wanxian hadn't left, the principal looked puzzled. Is there something else, Ren student? She bit her lip, looking at the principal. Almost humiliatedly she spoke. I will participate in the promotional video shoot. Promotional video? The principal looked up from his computer, then smiled. Ah, that. I forgot to tell you, Bai Lian just finished filming it. Ren Wengshuan's humiliated expression instantly turned to shock. Her heart missed a couple of beats. What? The principal continued calmly waving her over. You didn't know, did you? Student Bai actually knows the Liang style too. I am watching her video right now. Why don't you come and have a look as well, Ren student? Chapter 144, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_I. Ren Wanxian endured the fear. She walked over to look at what the principal was viewing. The video happened to show the moment when Bai Lian wrote her characters. As someone who had studied Liang-style calligraphy, Ren Wanxian could tell at a glance that the person writing those lines had executed the brushwork and transitions with extremely meticulous technique and composition. Nearly at first sight, she realized what her mentor Qiu Shuozheng often meant by the words, sinew and bone. How about it, isn't Bai Lian's writing good? The principal said, crossing his legs, unable to resist starting the conversation. Isn't this what teacher Qiu refers to as being in the zone? Today's calligraphers always learn the methods of ancient writers. Most people guess the state of mind the ancient calligraphers were in by studying authentic works. The principal reflected on the second Bai Lian wrote her characters. He felt that Bai Lian had a moment of enlightenment then, and almost everyone in the audience hadn't even reacted yet. This state is just good luck anyway, Ren Wanxian, looking at the principal, couldn't come up with an answer. She pursed her lips, glanced at the principal, and suddenly took a step back. She couldn't believe that Bai Lian, someone she never took seriously, could surpass her in every way. Even if it were just a training class. Calligraphy had always been her proudest aspect, promoted for so long by the Ren family and Xiangqing No. 1 High School. She wouldn't even regard Qiubuqing, with his Orchid Pavilion Award nomination. How could she possibly admit that Bai Lian could measure up to her? It's just a momentary state, she took out her cell phone and called the Secretary General. What's wrong? The Secretary General was with Ren Qian. Miss, have you finished shooting? Ren Wanxian heard Ren Qian's voice on the other end. She gripped the phone tightly, her gaze lowered as she spoke. It's nothing. She abruptly ended the call. This matter. She couldn't let Ren Qian know. She held her phone, stood in place for a long while, and then sent a message to Chiu Buqing. Senior brother, did you talk to the teacher about the Orchid Pavilion Award? Meanwhile, at the Chiu family, Chiu Buqing had just received the message when he got home. In the living room, Chiu Shuozheng was discussing matters with people from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Chiu Buqing didn't interrupt and just stood aside waiting for them to finish. Is it really impossible for Xiangqing to set up a calligraphy association? The Cultural and Tourism Bureau official seemed disheartened as he looked at Chiu Shuozheng. So many remote places can have a calligraphy association, so can't we in Xiangqing? There are countless calligraphers in the country. Apart from the traditional calligraphers association, all small locales have their calligraphy associations, except Xiangqing. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau had applied 3 times already and had been unsuccessful. It's still lacking a bit, Chiu Shuozheng said with a sigh, unless we win the Orchid Pavilion Award, which would give Xiangqing a significant boost in reputation and might just provide an opportunity. Winning the Orchid Pavilion Award paves a clear path for the future. The Traditional Calligraphers Association, and even some families in Jianghu, would extend olive branches. Then applying for a calligraphy association for Xiangqing would be much easier. But whether Chiu Buqing could win the Orchid Pavilion Award this year was still uncertain. I believe Teacher Chiu can certainly do it, the person from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau said, looking at Chiu Buqing with a face full of hope. Chiu Buqing didn't respond. Chiu Shuozheng just smiled, then sighed again. After the Cultural and Tourism Bureau official left, Chiu Buqing looked at Chiu Shuozheng, his lips pursed, quite puzzled. Grandfather, why didn't you recommend junior sister's work for the Orchid Pavilion Award? Her mind is too restless now, not suitable. Chiu Shuozheng shook his head. But Chiu Buqing disagreed. You should know that women naturally lack strength in their wrists. She's already done very well to have trained to this level. Aren't your expectations for junior sister a bit too demanding? If you put it that way, Chiu Shuozheng looked at Chiu Buqing coolly. Have you heard of Su Yajun from Jianghu? At 18, she was proactively invited by the Traditional Calligraphers Association to join. She's also a woman, so why is her wrist strength so formidable? Upon hearing that name, Chiu Buqing fell silent. How can you compare? Don't you know who her teacher is? Comparing Ren Wanxian with her seemed utterly unfair, and he didn't agree with Chiu Zhuzheng's rationale at all. Chiu Shuozheng shook his head. Chiu Buqing grew up with Ren Wanxian, and they were fellow disciples. Naturally, he admired the exceptionally talented Ren Wanxian. After school in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian, along with a bunch of others, were walking on the road. For Teacher Chiu's lecture tomorrow, I want to ask Sun Xian if he can get us a couple of tickets. Do you guys want to go? Zhang Xi's nonchalantly spun a basketball. Spare me. Who? Bai Lian took her time putting on her earphones. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Bai Lian. Next to her, Ning Xiao quietly spoke up. Teacher Chiu Shuozheng, a very famous calligrapher from Xiangqing. Chapter 145, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_2. Even Lian Ningxiao, who tends to keep others at arm's length, knew about it. Oh, I'm not going. Pu Xiaohan, knowing that Bai Lian had only been here for just over a month, explained to her, but that's Teacher Chiu from Beiqing, a member of the Beiqing Calligraphy Association. This time, I don't know who managed to move this big mountain and actually got him to come back to Xiangqing. Having said this, she looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was still indifferent. Pu Xiaohan, who was beside her, even heard Bai Lian whisper a word under her breath. So cool. All right. Pu Xiaohan glanced again at Yang Lin, who was lagging a step behind them. Yang Lin definitely wouldn't go either. Next to number 1 middle school. A black car was parked far across the street. Jiang He was sitting in the back seat, resting his head against the window, looking far off in the direction of the school gate. In front of him, Jiang Fulai slightly squinted his eyes as he browsed on the laptop screen, the chilling aura on his stern face growing heavier by the moment. Ming Dongheng was sitting in the driver's seat, itching to get out of the car. Yet, the phone in his pocket rang again. Ming Dongheng didn't dare glance at the rearview mirror and hurriedly picked up the phone. It was Jiang Shijue. "What are you doing?" he asked cautiously as he got out of the car, lowering his voice. "Don't you know that young Master Jiang is looking at a document sent by the Gao family?" The Gao family was an untouchable line that no one dared to cross for Jiang Fulai. On the phone, Jiang Shijue didn't care about the treatment Ming Dongheng was receiving, simply saying, "The invitation from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, hoping our Emperor Jiang could provide a piece of writing. I've brought the message, just remember to find time to tell him." After finishing, Jiang Shijue, ignoring Ming Dongheng's cursing, hung up the call directly. His technique of passing the buck was incredibly smooth. Ming Dongheng's face darkened. If Jiang Shijue didn't dare say it, did he dare to? He fiddled with his phone, complaining in the group chat with 4 people, "Is the Traditional Calligraphers Association mad? When have they ever seen Jiang Fulai practice calligraphy, yet they dare to bother him with this request?" Inside the car, with the knuckles of his pale fingers tapping lightly on the screen of his phone, Jiang Fulai glanced out the window and after considering for about 5 seconds, called Bai Lian. "I'm about to come out," Bai Lian's voice sounded quite surprised. Jiang Fulai was very nonchalant. "You go to the back gate." Jiang Xianiao's autism is acting up. There are too many people at the front gate. Well, wait for you at the back gate. Bai Lian was aware of Jiang He's autism. Without any doubt, she responded, "Okay." Sitting in the back seat, Jiang He, the black business van slowly drove into number 1 middle school's back gate. Jiang Fulai's car was allocated by Jiang Jing, but the license plate was that of Xiangqing, making it inconspicuous for daily use. At the school gate, sitting in the driver's seat of a white car, Suen looked at the black car. He was slightly taken aback. Ji Mulan was trying to call Bai Lian, but no one answered. She had some doubts whether Bai Lian had blocked her. After speaking a few words to Suen, she saw him staring blankly at something. "What's up?" Ji Mulan followed his gaze, but saw nothing special. Suen came back to himself and shook his head. "It's nothing." But he couldn't shake off the feeling, that car. He had once seen a similar one from a great distance in Jiangjing. The entire body of the car was bulletproof. However, he never saw the person inside it, and he hadn't expected to see a similar car in Xiangqing as well. At the back gate of the school, Bai Lian had already arrived. The season had turned to autumn, and she had her school uniform jacket pulled tight, with the sun already half set, casting a reddish glow. She stood by the roadside in her school uniform, cold and clear, holding her phone with fingers that were also pale and cold, her silhouette projected like a simple ink painting of early autumn. Ming Dongheng quietly parked the car beside her. The rear car door opened automatically. Bai Lian stood still, looking at Jiang He propped up against the back of the seat, smiled, as if the silent figure in the painting had come to life. "Why are you so weak?" She got into the car and pinched Jiang He's face. Jiang He pursed his lips and looked up. Jiang Fulai cast a warning glance at Jiang He, his long fingertips tapping the laptop as if absent-mindedly. Chapter 146, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. "Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_3 today." Ming Dongheng seemed to be heading to the fighting arena to watch some new godly match. Jiang Fulai had given him the day off. During the day, Jiang Fulai dealt with the affairs of the Jiang family and had to make a trip to the research institute in the evening, while Jiang He was dead set on finding Bai Lian. Ji Heng had also gotten to know Jiang He, and he had no objections to heading back with Bai Lian at this moment. Purist Street intersection. Bai Lian and Jiang He got out of the car. Jiang He turned and was about to walk down the alley when Bai Lian grabbed him by the nape of his neck and pulled him back, raising an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say goodbye to your brother?" Jiang He. Goodbye. Jiang Fulai's gaze lightly swept over Jiang He before he said to Bai Lian, if he has any trouble, call me. After all, Jiang He was not a normal child. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai left that Bai Lian led Jiang He into the alley. The long and winding alley was filled with many workers installing street lamps today. Bai Lian was somewhat surprised. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. When they arrived at Ji Heng's courtyard, she found the door half open, and Ji Heng's somewhat hearty laughter could be heard inside. Xiaochen, you must have dinner here tonight, ill cook. As soon as Bai Lian opened the courtyard door, she saw Ji Heng sitting at the stone table with a pipe in hand, squinting his eyes, taking a deep drag on the tobacco. You know, although this tobacco has no brand, it's even stronger than what I used to smoke. A thin wisp of smoke exhaled from his mouth. On the stone table lay a small bag of tobacco casually stuffed into a plastic bag. Xiaochen immediately noticed Bai Lian returning, his face lighting up. Miss Bai is back. Ji Heng paused, his smoking slowed down a bit. Bai Lian knew Ji Heng had a strong addiction, but she just didn't want him to smoke so uncontrollably. She greeted Xiaochen, I'm going to tidy up Jiang Xianiao's room. Ji Heng pointed with his pipe to a room next to Bai Lian, that was Shayan's old room. I tidied it up in the afternoon, you check if there's anything missing. As the two talked, Xiaochen did not dare to chime in. It wasn't until Ji Heng asked him, do you have any dietary restrictions for the meal? Xiaochen hardly dared to trouble Ji Heng to cook for him. He was thinking of bringing that cake maker over. He was pondering the possibility. Then Ji Heng's old-style cell phone rang. It was Ji Mulan. I've been waiting for her at the school gate until now and haven't seen her. Has she skipped class again? Ji Mulan didn't bother with pleasantries, her voice cold as if she were angry. Of course, she was talking about Bai Lian. Ji Heng walked towards the door with the phone, holding the tobacco pipe upright and taking a puff. She's already back. How come I didn't see her? Ji Mulan's voice rose. She wanted to say more, but remembering that she had just made peace with Ji Heng, she said, what I mean is, I've been waiting for her. Never mind, Suen just acquired a hotel, and we're celebrating tonight. You two come out first, Suen and I will wait for you. No thanks, Ji Heng said calmly, I'll have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen tonight. If you want to come, you can join us for a few drinks. With that, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Ji Mulan's expression was very unpleasant. She really didn't understand, why was she bending over backward to create opportunities for Bai Lian to meet Suen? If Bai Lian was clueless, it was one thing, but was Ji Heng just as oblivious? What's wrong? Suen looked at her as she sat back in the car. Ji Mulan shook her head, not letting her displeasure show. It's nothing, my dad said we should go back for dinner, but you're not used to the place where he lives, and he also has a friend over for drinks tonight, let's just head back first. Ji Mulan wouldn't take Suen to a place like Purist Street. Suen nodded slightly. He wasn't in the mood to join Ji Heng and his friend for drinks. Wednesday. Under the watchful eyes of most of the students, Qiu Shuozheng came to the auditorium of Xiangqing No. 1 High School to give a speech. The principal personally greeted him. Even 2 reporters showed up. Mr. Qiu, please have a seat. The principal escorted Qiu Shuozheng to the reception room and personally made him a cup of tea. Thank you for caring so much about our senior students. He was a big positive example for the whole of Xiangqing. There's no need for formalities, principal. I grew up in Xiangqing, said Qiu Shuozheng, one of the few who had made it out of Xiangqing and achieved a bit of success. Although he returned infrequently, it didn't mean he wasn't concerned about his hometown. I'm happy to do something for the place where I grew up. The principal naturally knew this as well. In Xiangqing, especially among the older generation, feelings for the hometown ran deep. The principal was tidying up a pile of stuff on the conference table. This year, the school has a few top students. I wonder if they have a chance to soar to great heights. As he was speaking, a piece of paper drifted gently to the floor. That's what Mr. Ren told me, said Qiu Shuozheng as he took his teacup, blowing on it lightly. He was about to sip when he noticed the paper on the floor, his eyes casually glancing at it, and he stopped in his tracks. Snap, he slammed down the teacup, reached out to pick up the paper. Who wrote this? Chapter 147, Chairman Teacher 057, Sister Lon is going to stir things up. Second update, _1 The principal was still organizing books. Upon hearing the voice, he quickly set down the book and took 2 steps forward. Seeing Qiu Shuozheng lost in thought over a piece of paper, he lowered his head to take a look and then smiled. This is written by our student Bai Lian. It's no less impressive than the work of student Ren, don't you think? The principal knew that Ren Wanxian was Qiu Zhuzheng's prized disciple. So he didn't overly praise Bai Lian. Yet Qiu Shuozheng shook his head. No, this kind of brush strength, let alone Wanxian, even my grandson might not measure up to him. The principal couldn't see it, but Qiu Shuozheng was very clear. Laymen don't understand what it means to penetrate wood by 3 fun, that the brush can kill into the paper, controlling the speed and pressure at the fingertips, demonstrating the writer's skill. He subconsciously assumed that such writing must have been done by a male student. He then remembered the principal mentioned that this student was still in senior year. How old would that be? And who was their teacher? How could there be such hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Xiangqing? Qiu Shuozheng quickly spoke up. Which student is it? I'd like to meet them. The principal hadn't expected Qiu Shuozheng to hold such a high opinion of Bai Lian. You are about to give a speech, so how about I arrange a meeting after your speech is finished? With luck, he might be able to see Bai Lian in the auditorium. Okay. Qiu Shuozheng knew he was too eager. With his speech still pending, he reiterated, make sure to arrange our meeting. The principal didn't understand why Qiu Shuozheng was in such a hurry. But he still made the arrangements and went out to call Lu Lingxi. Qiu Shuozheng took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. I believe that Xiangqing may have hoped to apply for the Calligraphy Association in the future. The bureau chief must have set Qiu Shuozheng as a priority, for they called the principal the second the message was received. Noon. Bai Lian was almost just out of class when she received a call from Shenqing. Alien, Shenqing's voice was a bit soft. Your mother suddenly asked me out to eat today and told me to call you to join us at Wanha building. But Shenqing didn't agree outright. She felt that Bai Lian's relationship with Ji Mulan probably wasn't good, so she called Bai Lian first to confirm. The food here is quite good, Shenqing thought for a moment. Do you want to come? Ji Mulan. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian was a bit lost in thought. Alien? Shenqing had been speaking for a while when she realized no one was responding. Emicham, Bai Lian, resting her arms on the balcony, looked down below. Her emotions had stabilized over the past 2 days, and her eyes were dark and deep. I'm on my way. Shenqing was sitting on the toilet. She hung up the phone. Then she came out, washed her hands, and headed for the private room. There was only Ji Mulan in the private room. Su En hadn't arrived yet. Ji Mulan was looking down at her mobile phone, not speaking with Shenqing. Shenqing sat opposite her somewhat awkwardly. Su En arrived a few minutes before Bai Lian. His presence was even stronger than Renjiui's, and Shenqing didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She wanted to ingratiate herself with Su En but found herself unable to articulate any flattery. Shenqing was starting to regret coming. She had just heard Ji Mulan mention dining at Wanha building and wanted to try this delicacy that was usually beyond her reach. This is my sister-in-law, Ji Mulan introduced Shenqing with indifference, as she had always looked down on her a bit. Su En was very polite. Shenqing could only give a stiff nod, finally understanding she didn't fit in at this kind of occasion. Fortunately, the sound of the doorbell saved her. Shenqing quickly stood up. Bai Lian walked in from the outside, glanced at the people sitting inside, pulled out the chair next to Shenqing, and sat down casually, leaning back lazily. Her school jacket was left open, her long eyelashes hung down, lightly casting a shadow over her dark pupils. She greeted Shenqing lightly. As for the others, Bai Lian found it hard to extend any politeness. Ji Mulan sat opposite her, troubled by her rebellious demeanor. Don't you know how to greet people? This is your Uncle Su. Only then did Bai Lian look up, silently observing Ji Mulan. The person had a very beautiful face, but the expression was noble and domineering. Those eyes lacked warmth. They were gradually becoming estranged from the memory she held. Bai Lian couldn't help thinking of the Klein blue Jianghu Lai had mentioned, the color of a person's pupils after death. Was that the color of her mother's eyes when she passed away? Kids are always like this. Su-en didn't mind, just smiled at Bai Lian. Even though you don't want to be registered under the Su family, I still consider myself your Uncle Su. Su-en was skilled in negotiations, and with just a sentence or two, he lightened the mood. Chapter 148, Chairman Teacher 057, Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update, _2 Shenqing instantly relaxed and signaled to Bai Lian with her eyes that this stepfather wasn't bad. But Bai Lian didn't catch her eye. Ji Mulan observed Su-en's reaction and knew he had a favorable impression of Bai Lian. As long as Bai Lian didn't mess up, her face indeed possessed a deceptive charm. Although she couldn't take Bai Lian to the Su family, she would still try to make sure Bai Lian had opportunities to interact with Su-en. Your grandfather told you, didn't he? Su-en pondered for a moment. They'll be marrying your mother at the end of the year. Sure. Bai Lian was indifferent to the news. Congratulations. Ji Mulan's expression softened a lot. Su-en was taken aback. He wanted to say more when the cell phone head placed aside rang. He looked at it and immediately answered. Hello. Su-en's voice was serious and respectful. It was obvious the person on the other end wasn't ordinary. Yes, I'm in Shangcheng, preparing to acquire a project. The person on the other end of the phone said something. Su-en exclaimed in surprise and quickly stood up with some excitement. What? Okay, I understand. I will do it well. He waited for the other party to hang up first, then he disconnected the call. Ji Mulan had never seen Su-en speak to anyone with such an attitude, and she couldn't help but look at him with surprise, then hesitated. Who was that call from? The butler Su. Su-en tried to contain his joy but couldn't hide it completely as he smiled at Ji Mulan. He said Miss Su is coming to Shangcheng to pick up something and take it back to Jianghu. He knew I was in Shangcheng and told me to take good care of her. Mulan, our decision to come to Shangcheng was right. Ji Mulan understood that the butler Su and Miss Su he mentioned were definitely not the people she knew from Su-en's family. Miss Su? Asked Ji Mulan slightly inquisitively. It's Miss Su Yajun, explained Su-en to the few people at the table, with a hint of awe and rare envy. She was earmarked by the Traditional Calligraphers Association at the age of 18, and her teacher is the president of the association. Su Yajun's father and he had been classmates. They grew up together, but unfortunately, because of Su Yajun's soaring status, his family held considerable weight in the main house. While he was still at the same place. At this point, Su-en sighed, just hoping that his own son would have a slightly easier time applying for the laboratory this year. You guys don't understand the weight of the Traditional Calligraphers Association in Jianghu. Su-en was about to continue when he looked up and saw Shenqing's confused expression. Not just Shenqing, even Ji Mulan, who had just arrived in Jianghu, seemed silent. Su-en stopped mid-sentence, remembering these few individuals likely had no clue about the situation in Jianghu. Let alone anything about Su Yajun and the Traditional Calligraphers Association. There was no point in explaining the significance of the president of the Calligraphers Association to them. Alright, let's not talk about this. Su-en shook his head and smiled. You just need to know that Miss Su is very important. After finishing, Su-en didn't continue eating. He picked up his cell phone, bid farewell to Bai Lian and Shenqing, and hurried back to start an online meeting with his assistant and the chief administrative officer. Ji Mulan also had a lackluster meal. As she was paying the bill and leaving absent-mindedly, she suddenly stopped when she saw Bai Lian waiting obediently for Shenqing. Wait until I get a firm footing in the Su family. I made it very clear last time. Am now registered with grandfather, said Bai Lian, slowly zipping up as she bowed her head. Then when she raised her eyes, they were calm. Don't bring this up again. I will never leave with you. Bai Lian wasn't the real original character. She didn't know what Ji Mulan was thinking, but even if Ji Mulan was truly reflecting and making amends, she couldn't replace the original person and forgive the Bai family and Ji Mulan. Because the harm had been done, leaving the original girl to die alone in that lake. Bai Lian could never forgive anyone on her behalf. Ji Mulan stood frozen in place. Bai Lian nodded slightly to Ji Mulan and left with Shenqing. It was only after they got into the elevator that Shenqing dared to speak to Bai Lian. "You fool, not taking advantage of a good situation. Your future stepfather is from Jianghu." As Shenqing spoke, she couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. Such fortune for Ji Mulan, she thought, not knowing where it came from. Bai Lian's hands were in her pockets, and instead of studying vocabulary like usual, she just lazily walked ahead. "Oh. Silly child," Shenqing wanted to ask if she knew what being from Jianghu meant, but remembering that Bai Lian was even willing to give up the Bai family, she fell silent. Bai Lian had just returned to her class. Pu Xiaohan waved at her from her seat with a smile. "Lu's mom said as soon as you're back, go straight to the principal's office." "The principal's office again?" "The principal's office. Mr. Qiu, director." The principal looked at Qiu Shuezheng and the Cultural Bureau director who were sitting idly, and cautiously suggested, "Student Bai has gone out. Wouldn't you two prefer to have lunch first?" Chapter 149, Chairman Teacher 057, Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update, _3, no need. Qiu Shuezheng waved his hand. He stared intently at the direction of the office door. By his side, the director had just arrived not long ago and was looking at a large character that principal had just shown them, written by Bai Lian earlier with a wolf hairbrush. The paper had been taken by the photographer for additional shots. The principal only had a photo. "I think you're right," the director whispered to Qiu Shuezheng. "We really might have a chance." The two were in the midst of their conversation. The door gently creaked, and Qiu Shuezheng and the director immediately looked up to see a slender silhouette. The person bowed his head slightly, with long, pale, and cold fingers on the door, drifting in lazily as the door pushed open, a cool jade-like brilliance softly filling the space. It was a girl. The director and Qiu Shuezheng both withdrew their gazes. Both had subconsciously assumed that such characters could only be written by a boy. "Principal." Bai Lian looked towards the principal, squinting her eyes. "You were looking for me for something?" "Not me." The principal also glanced at Qiu Shuezheng and the director, surprised at how these two could be so composed at this moment. "Bai Lian, it's elder Mr. Qiu and his colleague who are looking for you." Qiu Shuezheng had thought it was some student looking for the principal. Upon hearing what the principal said, he suddenly stood up, staring intently at Bai Lian. "She wrote these characters?" "Yes." The principal was startled by his reaction. But Qiu Shuezheng exchanged a glance with the director. In the calligraphy world, men were prevalent and women scarce. Over so many years, only one woman had won first place in the 7 competitions for the Lan Ting Prize. They had thought Ren Wanxian was outstanding, but to think the one who wrote such a powerful stroke was a girl. The director was much more direct than Qiu Shuezheng. "Bai Lian, you're planning to participate in the Lan Ting Prize this year, aren't you?" If she missed this year, she would have to wait another 3 years. Bai Lian, not recognizing them, simply raised an eyebrow. "Lan Ting Prize?" She had never heard of it. Not only the director and Qiu Shuezheng but even the principal found it too outlandish. "Bai Lian, you don't know about the Lan Ting Prize?" Bai Lian's eyes were sincere. Could she be the disciple of a hidden master? Qiu Shuezheng gave the director a look, which the latter understood and began to explain the Lan Ting Prize to Bai Lian. "If you participate, you'll definitely make it to the preliminary selection. Not just the preliminary, you even have the potential to win the 3rd prize, although it may be a bit challenging this year. But the Traditional Calligraphers Association will surely invite you to join," he went on and on. All about the benefits of participating in the Lan Ting Prize. Of course, no matter how much he said, he only dared mention up to the 3rd prize, considering even Qiu Buqing was aiming for that. "Oh," Bai Lian responded disinterestedly, her long lashes lowered, her dark eyes appearing lethargic. She spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Is there anything else, Principal?" Qiu Shuezheng and the director had thought of many possibilities, but the one thing they hadn't considered was that Bai Lian was indifferent to the Lan Ting prize. After all, no calligrapher was disinterested in the Lan Ting prize. Even Ren Wanxian had been scheming for a chance to participate. As she started to walk away, the director spoke helplessly. I was also going to say that if you participate in the Lan Ting prize, you could help us in Xiangqing to apply for a calligraphy association, allowing more children to learn calligraphy. Bai Lian stopped in her tracks and turned around, the gentle sunshine striking her profile. Apply for an association? Yes, winning an award makes it much easier to apply for a calligraphy association, Qiu Shuezheng explained softly. There are many children in Xiangqing who want to learn calligraphy, but we lack teaching resources and facilities. With a calligraphy association, it would be much easier to manage. I see. Bai Lian lightly flicked a lock of hair by her face, her expression mild. Then I'll participate. What? Bai Lian, recalling the mention of the third prize, touched the iridium on her wrist, contemplative. The higher the rank, the better the benefits I can apply for? Chapter 150. People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _1, of course, Qiu Shuezheng came back to his senses. He looked at Bai Lian, seriously explaining, as long as you're shortlisted, people will approach you. If you win third prize, the Traditional Calligraphers Association will definitely invite you to become a member, and then you won't have any trouble applying to local calligraphy associations. The higher the ranking, the better, of course. If you win the first prize, it goes without saying that you might even become a senior member of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. At this point, Qiu Shuezheng did not continue. He realized that Bai Lian was more concerned about Xiangqing, so he continued to talk about these resources. Many children in Xiangqing like to learn calligraphy, but the area is remote and lacks teachers. Very few families like the Ren family hire famous teachers from Beijing, so most people are self-taught without any formal instruction. By the way, Qiu Shuezheng suddenly remembered something. He stared at Bai Lian with sparkling eyes. How old are you this year? 2. Bai Lian, thinking about the Orchid Pavilion prize, started to reply instinctively, then hesitated. She lowered her eyes and after a long silence, said, 19. 19, the eyes of the head of the Culture and Tourism Bureau shone brightly. This age, she would still be very young the next time she participates in the Orchid Pavilion prize. After making sure that Bai Lian will participate, Qiu Shuezheng and the other person both sighed in relief. He solemnly cautioned Bai Lian, you should practice your calligraphy more during this time. Your brush strokes are still a bit unsteady. You need to submit your work by next week. The deadline for the Orchid Pavilion prize was drawing close. After Bai Lian left, the principal turned to the two of them. Mr. Qiu, director, shall we go have dinner first? Sure, the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau finally showed a smile. As he headed out, he looked in the direction Bai Lian had gone. Being shortlisted is certain, but I wonder if she and young Mr. Qiu can win the third prize this time. 19 is too young an age. I didn't even ask her what her CCPT score was. Qiu Shuezheng walked out, knowing more insider information than the other two, and sighed. And this time, the Orchid Pavilion prize is like a dragon's den of hidden talent. Just Xia Jinyun and Su Yajun are too eye-catching. But it's not a big problem, she's still young. By the next Orchid Pavilion prize she is sure to astonish everyone. The principal did not understand these matters and listened quietly. What if Bai Lian writes an even more brilliant piece during this period? If she could win, a 19-year-old third prize winner, then in another 3 years, she goes on to win the first prize, the director thought and couldn't help but chuckle. By then, our Xiangqing will also be seen by them. The Traditional Calligraphers Association will definitely allocate resources to us. These thoughts were overly optimistic. Qiu Shuezheng looked at the director of the Culture and Tourism Bureau wordlessly. Dreaming day by day that Qiu Buqing would win a prize was one thing, but now he even dared to dream of a first prize. Bai Lian returned to class 15. Pu Xiaohan was talking to someone else about Qiu Zuzheng's lecture from that morning. Mr. Qiu really is my idol. The meaning of reading is why, to read for oneself. Zhang Xiais was lying in the back, asleep, while Ning Xiao and Yang Lin were busy solving practice questions. Bai Lian sat back in her place and slowly pulled out her physics practice book from among a pile of books. When Pu Xiaohan saw her return, she abandoned her conversation with the others, turned around, and asked Bai Lian in a low voice, "What did the principal want with you this time? Another promotional video?" "No," Bai Lian said, casually uncapping a pen with one hand and leaning back in her chair. Then she suddenly looked up and smiled at Pu Xiaohan. "Why didn't you get good at calligraphy?" Pu Xiaohan touched her nose and shrugged her shoulders. "Just a little bit I learned from the teacher during big character class in elementary school, then later I learned on my own watching videos online." She sounded somewhat proud by the end of her statement. Everyone studying calligraphy knows that with a teacher's guidance, one can avoid many detours and lay a good foundation more quickly, making writing much easier. Calligraphy is profound and complex, and without a teacher, it's difficult to improve. Yet Xiangqing didn't even have a calligraphy association. Those with any amount of achievement all settled in the Beijing Writers Association. Most of Xiangqing's population is made up of ordinary laborers without the means to hire a calligraphy teacher from Beijing to instruct their children. Pu Xiaohan was also like that, mostly self-taught. Opportunities to hear a lecture from Qiu Shuezheng, like today, were almost non-existent. Bai Lian lowered her head, her fingertips pressing down on the practice book, lowered her lashes, casually writing on the physics test paper. Pu Xiaohan wanted to boast to Bai Lian about how she had found many videos to learn on her own. But looking at Bai Lian with her head down, she inexplicably felt a sense of sorrow emanating from her. Pu Xiaohan swallowed the words she was about to say and just watched Bai Lian slowly work on physics problems. Chapter 151, People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _2 In fact, for these 2 weeks, Bai Lian spent most of her time on biology, occasionally exchanging ideas with Ning Xiao when he encountered a difficult physics problem. It was at this time. The whole class 15 suddenly fell silent. Feeling a chill on her back, Pu Xiaohan's sixth sense made her turn around swiftly, sit up straight, and start working on exam problems from the past decade. Out of the corner of her eye, sure enough, she spotted the elusive Lu Lingxi at the window. Everyone else in the class was seriously doing their homework, except for Zhang Xiais, who was still busy sleeping. Lu Lingxi walked up to him quietly and raised her hand. Zhang Xiais stood up with his ear being pinched and caught sight of Lu Lingxi. "Lu Mom, spare a handsome guy's life. How late did you play games last night?" Lu Lingxi sneered. Zhang Xiais, at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 2:59. Not a minute past 2, this was his final act of defiance. "You think it's fine to sleep during the day and play games at night, huh? How many times have I told you, Zhang Xiais, in today's society without a diploma you'll face setbacks in everything." Lu Lingxi let go of his ear, pleading earnestly, and then pointed to the back of the room. "Go stand at the back." Zhang Xiais reluctantly took his book and went to the back. After Lu Lingxi finished speaking, she looked down as Bai Lian finished a question, and then gently said to Bai Lian, "Come out for a moment." Zhang Xiais was amazed at her quick change of demeanor. "The principal said he wants to give your contact information to Mr. Qiu." Lu Lingxi was telling her this. "I can give him your number. Is that okay with you?" That was fine. Bai Lian nodded. Saturday. Director Chen came to look for Ming Dongheng. Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were not around, so he was much more relaxed in his seating. "There's another match for Mr. Bai next Tuesday. If he wins, his score will reach 3rd place. Tickets." Ming Dongheng poured himself a cup of tea. His words were succinct and cool. "They're already prepared." Director Chen took out freshly printed tickets and handed them to Ming Dongheng. He had been in high spirits these past 2 days, having managed 2 issues in Xiangqing with perfection after Bai Lian's advice, earning high praise from Elder Chen. The 2 of them were still talking. Outside, a servant brought in a woman. "Young Master Ming, someone from the Traditional Calligraphers Association is here." Ming Dongheng glanced slightly and grunted an acknowledgement. Being a naturally cool person, his presence became even more intimidating after following Jianghu Lai. Director Chen didn't know who this Miss Su was and looked curiously towards the door. A tall woman in a plain white dress walked in. Despite Xiangcheng's weather not being too hot, she didn't even wear a coat. Upon entering, she slightly lowered her head, not daring to casually look around. Young Master Ming, she stood to the side. Noticing there were only 2 people sitting on the sofa, she paused slightly. Director Chen. Director Chen clearly recognized the woman in front of him. He poured himself a glass of water too. Su, what brings you here? The teacher sent me to fetch something. Su Yajun stood to the side, her reply very cautious. Ming Dongheng knew she would come. He glanced at Su Yajun and, not recognizing her, spoke indifferently. Sit for a while. They'll go upstairs to get it. Su Yajun quickly nodded. Only after Ming Dongheng left did she feel a bit more at ease and took a seat to the side. Oh, by the way, the president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was adept in both calligraphy and painting, known for writing in the Liang style, and often joined Elder Chen for tea. Director Chen was very familiar with her. Is President Xue in good health lately? A servant came over to pour a cup of tea for Su Yajun. Su Yajun took it with thanks and then slowly said, the teacher is well. A few days ago, he went to enjoy tea and admire calligraphy with Elder Chen. Director Chen smiled upon mentioning Elder Chen. He looked at Su Yajun, his expression growing much lighter. Ming Dongheng came down with a rectangular wooden box from upstairs and handed it to Su Yajun. Hold on to this, give it to President Xue and don't open it. He was used to being cold. Su Yajun quickly stood up and received it with both hands formally. Oh, Director Chen suddenly realized upon seeing the wooden box, recalling how President Xue used to bother Jianghu Lai frequently and had been driven out many times by Ming Dongheng. This is for the exhibition, right? He was still speaking. His phone in his pocket buzzed. Seeing the name displayed, Director Chen's eyes lit up. He stood up briskly. Hello, Uncle Ji, fishing? Great. I love fishing the most, wait for me. He couldn't bother with the people in the hall any longer and rushed to Ming Dongheng. Mr. Ming, I need to go fishing with Uncle Ji, keep the ticket safe. Chapter 152, People from the Traditional Calligraphers Association are here. Guaranteed second place. _3 After saying that, Chief Chen walked out. Ming Dongheng still heard Chief Chen talking to his subordinate. Go prepare fishing gear for me, Ming Dongheng. Ji, uncle. Who the hell is this Uncle Ji that Chen Yongkuan is calling for? Ming Dongheng's expression became increasingly cold as he gazed at Chief Chen's retreating figure. His hand brushed something. Su Yajun, still standing to the side, was also very surprised inside. Ji? She had searched all over Jiangjing and hadn't heard of anyone with the surname Ji who could elicit such a strong reaction from Chief Chen. Who was this Uncle Ji? Ming Dongheng glanced at Su Yajun and asked coldly, does Miss Su have any further business? He politely addressed her as Miss Su. However, Su Yajun didn't dare respond and quickly stood up straight, glancing subconsciously upstairs before saying, I won't bother Mr. Ming any longer. Once out of the iron gate, Su Yajun's complexion lightened significantly. A white car was waiting on the next street. Ji Mulan sat in the front passenger seat, looking ahead until she saw a white figure, and Su En, who was in the driver's seat, hurriedly got out of the car. Since Su En had gotten out of the car, Ji Mulan naturally didn't dare to remain seated in pretense. She followed suit and got out too. Miss Su, Su En greeted Su Yajun with a smile. He was an acquaintance of Su Yajun's father. She nodded at him with a light smile. Uncle Su, they'll be staying for 2 days. I appreciate your help this time. Su En knew that Su Yajun was calling him Uncle Su in honor of his father, and even though Su Yajun was polite, Su En didn't dare to truly consider himself her uncle. This is my future wife, Ji Mulan, he then introduced to Su Yajun. Su Yajun wasn't interested in who Su En's wife was, but upon hearing she had the surname, Ji, she turned to look at Ji Mulan. She instinctively remembered that phrase, Uncle Ji, Chief Chen had just mentioned. Are you from Jianghu originally? Su Yajun asked Ji Mulan, her demeanor somewhat strict. Suan was surprised by Su Yajun's attitude, then laughed. She's not from Jianghu, she's from Shangcheng. She came over for a project and took the opportunity to see her father. Ji Mulan, listening to Suan's words, wore a smile that was impeccable. But her heart was extremely uneasy. She had already tried so hard to escape Shangcheng, but everywhere she went, she couldn't shed the shadow of Shangcheng. Sure enough, when Suan mentioned Shangcheng, Miss Zu's smile faded a lot. Su Yajun no longer pried into the matter and got into the car. In the car, Suan checked the rearview mirror, noticing Su Yajun still holding the wooden box in a hug, not placing it on the seat. The box's length suggested a scroll. Whose calligraphy is this? Suan had done his homework over the past couple of days, determined to keep the conversation going with Su Yajun. Upon hearing this, Su Yajun was startled, then shook her head. I got it from Mr. Ming. As for whose it is, it's better for you not to know. Suan was startled. As soon as Su Yajun mentioned Mr. Ming, he knew which Ming it was. Only Ji Mulan, sitting in the front passenger seat, was silent. She didn't understand most of what the two were talking about. The Lanting Award is about to begin. I thought Miss Su would stay at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Suan smoothly changed the subject. I want to congratulate you in advance for winning the first place and top prize. Su Yajun had shone brightly in the CCPT Level 9 exam at 18 and was invited to join the Traditional Calligraphers Association. At 20, she participated in her first Lanting Award and won the third prize. This year was her second participation. Everyone loves hearing sweet talk. Su Yajun was not surprised. She gave a light laugh, her gaze drifting out the window. The top prize is possible, but the first place should be Xia Jinyan's. He has more wrist strength than I do. I guess a solid second place then. Chapter 153, 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _1 There were only so many people participating in the Orchid Pavilion Award, and Su Yajun only admitted that Xia Jinyan was better than her. As for the others. As for the third place, she had never even considered it. Suan looked into the rearview mirror, full of admiration. Even getting second place is amazing. Since the Orchid Pavilion Award has been established, only one female scholar has won the first prize. If Su Yajun were to get the second place, her popularity would be even more intense than Xia Jinyan's. This point, Suan was also very clear. She became increasingly jealous of her old classmate. In the passenger seat, Ji Mulan was holding her mobile phone. She couldn't join in the conversation, so she just searched for information about the Orchid Pavilion Award. As for this Min Xiao, Xia Jinyan, and Chairman Shui, she had no idea. As it was Saturday, Bai Lian and Ji Heng had lunch at Ji Xian's home at noon. This place might be demolished, Ji Xiaojun said with furrowed brows at the dining table, bringing up the matter. Shen Qing was also unusually silent. Bai Lian sat quietly to the side, eating her meal leisurely, listening to their conversation. Ji Heng bowed his head to pick up the tobacco pipe, lit it, took a puff before speaking. The government hasn't issued a notice, so it might not necessarily be demolished. Don't worry, let's go fishing this afternoon to relax. That's right, Shen Qing suddenly laughed and served Bai Lian a helping of vegetables with chopsticks. Places like ours, which developer would take a fancy to us? Eat, everyone eat. Ji Xiaojun relaxed his frown slightly and picked up his chopsticks again. Where shall we go fishing? Xiang River. Ji Heng, who always had a poor appetite, didn't eat much, only urging Ji Xiaojun to eat faster. Xiaochen will also join later. Let's secure a few good spots after we finish eating. After lunch, Ji Heng took Ji Xiaojun for fishing. Bai Lian picked up her backpack and went to the library. Just as she walked out, her mobile phone lit up with a WeChat message from Lance. Lance, hello. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. Hello, Lance. Traditional Chinese medicine is simply magical. Lance, image. He sent her an image. Bai Lian closed the door and casually clicked to view it. it was a diagnosis of an illness. Bai Lian, and yen, asterisk and, percent hashtag at percent, after replying, she didn't care whether the person on the other side could understand her or not. She walked slowly out, just flipping to a vocabulary app when a new message popped up at the top of her mobile phone. Mom, where are you? Have lunch with us at noon. Your Uncle Sue has an important guest. She thought she was building social connections for Bai Lian, giving her a leg up. Bai Lian paused slightly. This was the first message from the other party, and only then did she realize that the original host still had her on WeChat. She clicked through to the message and saw a very long page of conversation with Ji Mulan, almost all messages from the original host. From 2 years ago. Mom, where are you? Dad brought that pair of siblings home. Mom, why aren't you coming back? I won't be willful anymore, I'll study well. The original host seemed to treat Ji Mulan as a recorder, noting down everything. The last message was from 3 months ago. Dad took away the letter of introduction you gave me to become an apprentice. Ji Mulan hadn't replied to any of them. She stubbornly believed that she was doing what was best for her daughter, unable to accept her daughter's mediocrity, and after encountering a marriage crisis, she left the original host alone. Today was the first time Ji Mulan sent a message. Bai Lian stopped, took a deep breath, and almost with a cold expression deleted Ji Mulan from her WeChat friends list. Then she tilted her head slightly back, hand resting on her heart, as if she could feel the despair left by the original host in this world. Outside the community gate, a black car was quietly parked opposite, with the car door open. Jianghu was squatting at the front of the car, hands covering his ears, staring intently in the direction of the community entrance. By his side, Jiang Fulai stood in a black shirt, coldly standing there. Apparently too angry to care, he had unbuttoned the top button of his collar, and his solitary, cold gaze rolled over Jianghu like a chilling moon, aloof and proud, without a trace of emotion. His figure was tall and slender, his profile as if exquisitely sketched to perfection, yet passing pedestrians didn't dare to approach them. Bai Lian stood at the community entrance for a while. Her mood gradually calmed down. Today, she was dressed in a grayish-blue long dress, with a white long coat on top. The coat didn't have any buttons, just casually left open, with clusters of dark green vines embroidered on the cuffs and the front of the coat. They curled upwards and swayed gently with the wind, seeming as though they would burst forth from the fabric, reflecting against the various colors of poppies around the hem of her dress. What's wrong with him now? Bai Lian stood beside Jianghu, bending down to look at him closely for a moment before putting away her phone, lazily tilting her head to ask Jiang Fulai. Chapter 154. 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _2 Jiang Fulai glanced at Jianghu. Qi Lu made dishes for lunch that he doesn't like. Jianghu is particularly picky about food, unlike normal people. The chefs at the Jiang family know his preferences, and they always make a dish or two that Jianghu will eat. But Qi Yundai was unaware, and after realizing Jianghu wouldn't eat anything, he cautiously added that picky children don't grow tall, which caused Jianghu to sulk by himself until now. Jiang Fulai had held back the whole way, not scolding him. He merely listed the dishes that Jianghu would not eat for Qi Yundai. Bai Lian nodded. She had gone back and checked last time. Children with autism have peculiar personalities, and almost all the dishes Jianghu refused to eat were of the same type, which might have caused him some trauma. So even Jiang Fulai held back and refrained from scolding him. When the three of them arrived at the library, Ming Dongheng just happened to bring Jianghu's meal over. He stood silently behind Jiang Fulai, reporting to him, "I've already given the stuff to the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association." Ming Dongheng was not familiar with the Traditional Calligraphers Association and did not know Su Yajun, so he simply referred to the others as people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Because Jianghu needed to eat, Bai Lian and the others stayed in the coffee shop on the ground floor of the library. Jiang Fulai sat in the chair of the coffee shop, casually draping an arm over the back of the chair, his brows conveying a clear sense of aloofness, responding with only a Bai Lian crossed her legs, leisurely taking out biology questions and working on them. Right, Ming Dongheng began, seeing that Zhang Fulai seemed in a good mood. The Traditional Calligraphers Association was asking if you might consider being a judge again. Before he could finish, Jiang Fulai looked at Ming Dongheng indifferently. With a look that said, "Are you kidding me?" Ming Dongheng, the one joking wasn't him, but Chairman Shui. Waiting until Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at him, speaking to Bai Lian beside him, Ming Dongheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took out his phone and tagged Jiang Shijue in the group chat. Ming Dongheng, at Jiang Shijue the works had been given. Jiang Shao refused everything else. This time, Jiang Shijue replied very quickly. Jiang Shijue? Jiang Shijue, you're still alive? Jiang Shijue was very direct. I don't believe it. Su Nanjing, press 1 to prove you're not a robot. Ming Dongheng, heh. Ming Dongheng, you guys don't understand. He put away his phone, cautiously glanced at Bai Lian, and then puffed out his chest. Bai Lian spent the afternoon studying in the library. At 4 o'clock, she received a call from Qiu Shuezheng, who asked how her practice was going. When he learned that Bai Lian had been at the library doing homework all day, Qiu Shuezheng was noticeably silent. You haven't practiced your calligraphy at all today? Yeah, in the science and engineering section on the second floor, apart from Bai Lian and Ning Xiao, there was no one else. Bai Lian held the phone in one hand while methodically drawing with the other. Come over to my place, let me see your normal standard, Qiu Shuezheng suggested diplomatically. Your principal said you were in good shape last time. Calligraphy requires serious practice. Practice makes perfect. He pondered for a moment. Then recalling Bai Lian's indifferent demeanor from last time, he couldn't help but feel she was somewhat unreliable. I have an old wolf hair brush here and I also have Xian paper. It would be perfect for you to take back and practice with. Qiu Shuezheng composed himself. You should come over and try it. Calligraphy is also very strict about the tools used. For an old calligrapher, wolf hair brushes used for decades are desirable, their tips soft yet resilient, and the brush as a whole strong in waste power. The older the Xian paper, the better. This is also one of the reasons calligraphy is an expensive hobby. After a moment's thought, Bai Lian agreed, okay. Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai, overhearing her conversation with someone, held a black pen between his index and middle fingers, the tip resting on snow-white paper. He looked at his wristwatch on his left hand. Are you leaving? Yes, Bai Lian replied languidly as she methodically packed her books. I'm going to a teacher's house. Jiang Fulai nodded his head. He glanced at Ning Xiao sitting opposite him, tapping his fingertips on the table leisurely. Then, he carelessly slid the paper across to her. Ning Xiao tentatively collected the draft paper. I understand it now. Beside him, Pu Xiaohan did not dare to look up. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian had left that Pu Xiaohan lifted her head. She looked at Ning Xiao in awe. How did you dare to ask him about the question? Ning Xiao fell silent for a moment. Actually, it wasn't bad. Compared to Tang Ming, he was normal. Pu Xiaohan glanced at the paper in Ning Xiao's hands, unable to understand anything written on it. The Qiu family. Qiu Shuezheng put aside his work, waiting in the hall for Bai Lian to arrive. Qiu Buqing returned from outside. Grandpa. Chapter 155, 059. He stared dumbfounded as Bai Lian took down the iridium. Second update. _3. He looked at Qiu Shuezheng, wanting to say something, but remembering Grandpa's attitude last time, he didn't dare to speak. Qiu Shuezheng lowered his head, slowly took a sip of tea, his gaze still fixed on the doorway. Don't go out these next few days. Practice your large characters more, polish your temperament. Qiu Buqing went to meet the Ren family. Ren Xian wanted him to make contact with Qiu Shuezheng on his behalf. But when the words reached his mouth, he didn't dare to say them. About to go upstairs to practice calligraphy, the gatekeeper brought someone in. Teacher Qiu, student Bai has arrived. Not just anyone could enter Qiu Zhuzheng's residence. He had informed the gatekeeper in advance. Bai Lian crossed the threshold, slowly walking in. She was carrying a school bag and greeted Qiu Shuozheng politely, "Teacher Qiu." Her brows and eyes relaxed and casual. Qiu Buqing did not recognize Bai Lian. His eyes flicked over her before he intended to go upstairs. "You're still in the library?" After a long silence, Qiu Shuozheng spoke seriously, "You may not necessarily win third prize this time. There are many participants in the Orchid Pavilion Award." Qiu Buqing, who was about to go upstairs, paused in his steps. He turned around abruptly, looking at Qiu Shuozheng. "Grandpa, you recommended her for the Orchid Pavilion Award?" Qiu Shuozheng frowned slightly. "That's right, her calligraphy is very unique, and her artistic conception is much stronger than yours." Qiu Buqing's gaze shifted to Bai Lian. He rested his hands on the stair railing and looked at Bai Lian with an inquisitive and competitive air. "What did you score at level 9? Hearing his question, Qiu Shuozheng also looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian's cold white face showed little expression, only raising her eyebrows slightly as she slowly inquired, "What level 9? CCPT." Qiu Buqing's face became colder, his eyes growing colder as he watched Bai Lian, the inquisitive look fading away. "Calligraphy and painting ranks, you haven't taken this test?" Bai Lian was not even clear on what CCPT was, merely frowning. "Do I need a certificate for that?" "What does a certificate prove?" "It seems you haven't even taken level 9. Qiu Buqing withdrew his gaze, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. He looked towards Qiu Shuozheng. "Grandpa, who exactly is she? Why would you prefer to recommend someone who hasn't even passed level 9 over recommending my junior sister?" "Qiu Buqing." Qiu Shuozheng slammed down his teacup with a snap and scolded, "Mind your language. Once you've seen Student Bei's work, you'll understand." Qiu Buqing was very dissatisfied that Qiu Shuozheng hadn't recommended Ren Wanxian. "Let's wait until she has passed level 9. Qiu Buqing turned around and went back upstairs. Behind him, Qiu Shuozheng shook his head. Unlike Qiu Buqing, he knew that Bai Lian was unaware of even the Orchid Pavilion Award, not to mention CCPT. It was beyond his expectations yet rational, which made him all the more curious about who Bai Lian's teacher was, which hermit it could be. "He's taking up for his junior sister. Don't take it to heart," Qiu Shuozheng apologized to Bai Lian. "I indeed haven't taken it." Bai Lian shook her head, then immediately brought up another matter. "Do all these now require a certificate?" She seemed to learn a new term. Examinations for certificates. Without a certificate, one would not be recognized. "Let's go try out the brush." Qiu Shuozheng led her upstairs, explaining as they walked, "Not just calligraphy, even traditional Chinese doctors need a certificate to practice. Practicing without one is against the law. Without permission from law, it's forbidden." "Even traditional Chinese doctors need certificates?" Bai Lian followed, murmuring in amazement, "So the wandering herbal doctors no longer exist?" "There used to be some in Xiangqing." Qiu Shuozheng was surprised by the archaic term Bai Lian used and after a moment's pause, said, "Later, due to the need for medical practice certificates, these people disappeared." Bai Lian fell silent for a bit. She was now starting to understand why Lu Lingxi was always managing Zhang Xiai's. Qiu Shuozheng opened the door to his study, solemnly took out a pen box from the drawer, opened it to reveal a dark brown weasel hair brush. "Try this brush today, see if it feels right for you." He also took out some plain white paper. Letting Bai Lian test the brush first. Bai Lian uttered an "mhm," no longer thinking about the certificate issue, placed her school bag aside, and then approached the desk, noticing at first glance the weasel hair brush Qiu Shuozheng had brought out. With her eye for quality, she could naturally tell that this brush was very precious. Qiu Zizheng's desk was large, and he was stooping over to grind ink. He smiled at Bai Lian. "Go ahead and try." Bai Lian nodded slightly, took the weasel hair brush in her right hand and lightly held up her somewhat wide sleeve with her left. She dipped the brush in the ink, bent over, and wrote a large Xiang character. This was the first time Qiu Shuozheng saw Bai Lian write in large characters. The strokes were fluid, the brush tip penetrated deep into the character. Today's character was even better than last time's. This indicated that her performance last time was not a fluke, but her normal level. "There it is." Qiu Shuozheng stopped, looking at Bai Lian with a sharp gaze. "Although this time many master's students have joined, I believe you will definitely get third prize. Third prize. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment. Please wait. What? Qiu Shuozheng didn't understand. Bai Lian carefully placed the weasel hair brush down, lifted her right sleeve, revealing a brilliant ribbon inside and a silvery white small ball tied around her wrist. Qiu Shuozheng watched, dumbfounded, as Bai Lian effortlessly removed the metallic white sphere from her wrist. Chapter 156, Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian_1 People who never pick up a brush to write large characters will never know just how difficult it is to keep their wrist steady when lifting the hand to write. Wrist strength is the most basic of fundamentals. Men and women are naturally different, so when Qiu Shuozheng first saw Bai Lian's calligraphy, he thought it was the work of a male. It was evident from her solid brushwork, but now, as Qiu Shuozheng watched Bai Lian remove the chunk of metal the size of an egg and calmly place it aside, he felt an urge to swear for the first time despite his usual composure in practicing calligraphy. He wasn't Chenju, he didn't deal with iridium or even recognize it. Looking at the silvery white metal, he could only think of iron and alloys. Judging by its size, it seemed to weigh more than half a gene, which was already enough to make him question his life's choices. This isn't your hand, Qiu Shuozheng began to speak, unable to restrain himself. You've been carrying half a gene of iron in your hand. As he spoke, he reached out to pick up the iridium Bai Lian had set aside, wanting to weigh it himself. As soon as he got a hold of it, Qiu Zhuzheng's half-spoken sentence stopped abruptly. Classmate Bai, how heavy is this? Qiu Shuozheng couldn't tell and simply turned his head to ask. His face was almost expressionless as he asked. Bai Lian placed the iridium down, lifted her brush again, and upon hearing the question, she tilted her head slightly and casually replied, just 2 gene. Just 2 gene. Qiu Shuozheng couldn't believe it. Do you know what you're saying? Yeah. Bai Lian dipped her brush in ink and seeing Qiu Zhuzheng's hesitant expression, she raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Qiu Shuozheng looked at Bai Lian's serene and slightly calm face. How could she be so calm saying that? The best method to practice wrist strength is by hanging sandbags and practicing balance every day. Qiu Shuozheng looked at Bai Lian and exhaled slowly, but very few can truly do it. To my knowledge, even Xie Jinyun can only manage to practice with a 1 gene weight, and even then, he is extremely outstanding. Even so, he only practices with that weight and doesn't carry it around all day like you, classmate Bai. Before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Shuozheng had only heard of a few people in the Traditional Calligraphers Association who practiced writing this ancient way. The current president of the Traditional Calligraphers Association is one of them. Anyone who practices writing with weights in the calligraphy world leaves a brilliant mark, but only those few masters practice this way. Yet Qiu Shuozheng never expected to encounter someone in Xiangqing who practiced writing with hanging weights. And it was 2 gene. He looked at Bai Lian, eagerness and anticipation apparent in his eyes. This time, at the Orchid Pavilion Awards, Xiangqing might indeed secure a place. I see. Listening to Qiu Zhuzheng's explanation, Bai Lian just smiled faintly. 2 gene. Bai Lian didn't understand Qiu Zhuzheng's shock. This was how everyone used to practice writing, and the martial artists carried sandbags heavier than hers, with 2 gene being just the starting weight she practiced with. It was very normal for martial artists to endure hardship. She had just become accustomed to this body, so she had used only 2 gene. In the past, her teacher, wanting to temper her character, had her wear a 1 gene weight from the age of 6, moving to 2 gene when she was 7. As time went on, the weight she bore on one hand increased exponentially. So, the current 2 gene were just the beginning, and she was far from reaching her peak. In her view, it wasn't that heavy at all. As Bai Lian thought this, she began to write another xiang character. Without the restraint of the iridium, her strokes were swift, almost effortless. A xiang character as if a crane danced into the sky appeared before their eyes. She loved the subtlety of concealing the sharpness within the strokes, creating a thunderous yet unmanifested power with just a single character. Qiu Shuozheng hurriedly reached out and picked up the paper. He then carefully blew the ink dry. Teacher Qiu, Bai Lian placed her brush into the washing pool, cleaned it, and set it aside. Then she picked up the iridium, lowered her gaze and methodically strapped it onto herself. Do you think this could win second place if I submit it? She was not quite sure about the current level of calligraphy research or if her wrist strength had returned to its peak. Never mind second place, Qiu Shuozheng placed the paper properly, his eyes flashing as he looked at Bai Lian. I think you might even win first place this time. I'm a bit eager to see the selection at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. The calligraphy circle places great importance on the triennial Orchid Pavilion Awards, having already predicted the winners of the first place early on. Especially the competition between Xie Jinyun and Su Yejun. But Qiu Shuozheng felt that this time, Bai Lian might just be the dark horse to shine at the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Chapter 157, Mr. Qiu, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian. _2 Qiu Shuozheng brought out a pile of rice paper and also packed his precious wolf hair brush that he had cherished for many years, pushing them into Bai Lian's arms. Teacher Qiu, my calligraphy. Bai Lian, hugging a pile of paper, was also handed the wolf hair brush. She wanted to tell Qiu Shuozheng that she could do without this kind of brush. But Qiu Shuozheng simply wouldn't listen to her. You go home first, practice well, bring out your top-notch state, they'll take care of your leave from school. Alright, I also want to admire your calligraphy, so I won't walk you downstairs. He ushered Bai Lian out, and to prevent her from returning the rice paper and the wolf hair brush, Qiu Shuozheng even locked the door behind her. Holding her backpack and the papers and brush, Bai Lian stood outside the door, staring at it for a long time before she finally started walking downstairs. Downstairs. Qiu Buqing was sitting on the sofa, quietly talking on the phone with someone, his gaze briefly landing on Bai Lian as she descended from upstairs before quickly shifting away. He had no fondness for someone who sought fame by unworthy means. After Bai Lian had left, he hung up the phone and went upstairs to find Qiu Shuozheng. Grandfather, you must give me a reason. He stood outside the study, without entering, a person who hasn't even passed level 9, don't you think it's a joke? Qiu Shuozheng stood by the door, looking at Qiu Buqing. Don't judge people by their credentials, you should first take a look at her calligraphy. But we do examine all sorts of certifications. Qiu Buqing interrupted Qiu Shuozheng. Didn't you initially take her as your closed-door disciple because you saw that your junior sister got her level 6 certification at the age of 9? If she could, why can't Wanxian? This was something Qiu Shuozheng couldn't refute. Because it was a fact, it was now an era that looked at credentials. Wherever you went, they would list what certifications you had received, how many points you scored. Having certifications meant you could go anywhere in the world. Before meeting Bai Lian, Qiu Shuozheng indeed thought this way, but what set him apart from Qiu Buqing was that he had lived through times when credentials weren't necessary. You don't need to speak for Wanxian anymore. Qiu Shuozheng shook his head slightly. I have already registered Bai Lian for the competition. In a couple of days, she will go to Jianghu with you all to participate in the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Not far from the Qiu family's house, on the road, Jiang Fulai and Jiang He were still waiting for Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng wasn't there. Jiang Fulai was driving, sitting in the driver's seat, slightly surprised when he spotted Bai Lian carrying a bunch of papers. Why do you have so much rice paper? He recognized at a glance that it was rice paper in her hands. It's for practice, given by Teacher Qiu, Bai Lian said, sitting next to Jiang He, placing the brush case in her backpack, holding the excess of rice papers in her arms. With one hand holding the papers and the other resting lightly on the car window, revealing a faint hint of red, she appeared nonchalant with a strangely enchanting sense of mystery. Practice? Jiang Fulai started the car as soon as he saw her settled. Bai Lian didn't hide anything, resting her chin on the rice papers, practicing large script, for the Orchid Pavilion Awards. Jiang Fulai's hand on the steering wheel paused momentarily at her words. The Orchid Pavilion Awards? That's on Tuesday. Are you going to Jianghu? I suppose. Bai Lian wasn't quite sure, speaking in a lazy drawl. Staying for 2 days. Not going to spend a few more days in Jianghu? Jiang Fulai slowly started the car, seemingly making a suggestion. Spend a few more days? I have to come back for classes. That seemed like something she would do, thought Jiang Fulai as he quietly glanced in the rearview mirror. The car stopped at the Purist Street intersection. Approaching 6 o'clock, Jiang He was still going back with Bai Lian today. Jiang Fulai tapped him on the back of his head from behind, lightly warning him, don't cause trouble. He would visit the laboratory every day. Today was no exception. The day was still young. Bai Lian, carrying her black backpack and a bundle of rice paper, stood at the Purist Street intersection. Her white, lightweight jacket fluttered with the wind as the clustered embroidery at the hem swayed. Don't worry, go ahead. Jiang Fulai stood there watching Bai Lian, her tall figure as clear as the bright moon. Those around who wanted to talk to Bai Lian hesitated to approach. Especially Mao Kun, squatting nearby, who initially wanted to talk to Bai Lian, but upon seeing Jiang Fulai, he squatted down again, holding back. Go on, Bai Lian chuckled, I'll watch you leave. Jiang Fulai grunted in acknowledgement and walked back to the driver's seat. He drove off, and when he turned a corner, he looked in the rearview mirror, seeing Bai Lian still standing lazily in place, watching the car leave. Once the black car completely disappeared, Mao Kun dared to approach Bai Lian. Sis, Mao Kun came over with a cigarette in his mouth, trying to help Bai Lian with the rice paper. This is, he looked towards Jiang He. Jiang He, my friend, Bai Lian handed the rice paper to Mao Kun casually, heading into the alley. Chapter 158, Mr. Cho, who doubts life, goes crazy criticizing Lian_3 Bai Lian's friend? Mao Kun straightened up with respect as he looked at the expressionless cool kid holding a ball-like Rubik's Cube. So it's Xiaoga, hello, my name is Xiao Mao. Jiang He glanced at Mao Kun expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Mao Kun had now become well adapted to carrying the 8 gene of iridium, lifting it as if it were weightless. Bai Lian knew at a glance that her initial judgment was right. He was very talented and had wasted many years. You don't need to use the solid foundation paste for now, Bai Lian said as she walked down the alley, taking out flashcards to memorize words while conversing with Mao Kun. Next is the medicinal bath. 15 grams of poria, 50 grams of atractylodes macrocephala need to be stir-fried first, 18 grams of pelon grass, 12 grams of dried rehmannia. She listed a long string of medicinal names. Mao Kun looked at Bai Lian with a blank expression on his face. It indicated that the list was too long and he didn't catch it all. Bai Lian, I'll send it to you later. Mao Kun laughed sheepishly, just about to thank her, when he saw the delicate-looking Xiaoga beside Bai Lian gave him a look, full of speechlessness. Even though his IQ wasn't very high, he could still feel the contempt from Xiaoga Mao Kun, the Jianghu courtyard. He hadn't returned from fishing yet, but Ji Mulan, wearing a silk shawl, was there. Standing in the courtyard with her back to the door, upon hearing a noise, she turned around coldly, her eyes landing on Mao Kun who was following Bai Lian. Mao Kun didn't have an appearance of an upright citizen, the kind of person a policeman would keep a close eye on, with dyed blonde hair and an air of vagrancy about him. Seeing Bai Lian mingling with such people again, Ji Mulan couldn't help getting angry. Didn't you say you had reformed? That you would study hard. Slap. Bai Lian tossed her school bag onto the stone table and reached out to grab Ji Mulan's carefully maintained shawl. Ji Mulan hadn't expected Bai Lian to make such a big move, nor did she think Bai Lian would turn on her. She staggered and was caught by Bai Lian. Bai Lian held Ji Mulan's collar with one hand. She was taller than Ji Mulan with an extremely pale face, her fingers slowly tightening. Expressionless. Seeing that things were not looking good, Mao Kun hastily set down the rice paper in his hands, passed a cigarette to Bai Lian, and lit it with a flame. Sis, calm down. Bai Lian breathed out, her other hand loosely holding the slim cigarette, the burning end glowing crimson. Smoke softly blurred her face. She tilted her head slightly, and with an indifferent voice so soft and slow, she said, Ji Mulan, your only task now is to play your part well in front of Grandpa, or else, she heard a noise coming from outside the door. She casually tossed aside the cigarette and stamped it out with her foot. Then she lazily raised her head, hooking a smile at Ji Mulan, like a mandrake flowering from a sea of blood, dangerous and alluring. She made a silent bang shape with her mouth towards Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan, clutching her luxurious shawl, watched Bai Lian revert to an innocent facade to open the door. "Grandpa," Bai Lian took the fishing rod from Ji Heng's hands, raised her eyebrows. "Did you catch any fish?" Behind her, Director Chen's back was adorned with a fish basket, and on each side of his waist hung 2 big fish. "Miss Bai, look, one is caught by me, one by your grandpa." He turned his body to show off his catch to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked at Director Chen who, despite having a fish basket, insisted on hanging fish at his waist for display. "Come inside first." As Ji Heng entered, he saw Ji Mulan. He hesitated. "Why are you here?" "Eating here tonight?" "I came to ask you guys out to dinner. We're treating Miss Su to dinner tonight." Ji Mulan coughed lightly. She didn't look at Bai Lian, her complexion turning somewhat pale. "And by the way, to ask why. Alien has blacklisted me." "Dinner?" Ji Heng did not respond to her last remark, only saying, "Tonight I'm going to have a drink with Xiaochen. I won't go." Ji Mulan couldn't believe Ji Heng's words. She looked at Ji Heng, then at Director Chen who was standing beside with fish awkwardly hanging from his waist, and at Xiao Mao, who was cowering in a corner. What were all these shady characters around her? What had Bai Lian learned in Xiangqing? To forsake Su En's dinner party and eat here? She put so much effort into networking for them, even persuading Su En to include Ji Heng and Bai Lian, yet these two couldn't grasp her painstaking effort. She should have known, Bai Lian was just not getting it. "Suit yourselves." Ji Mulan covered her neck, not looking at Bai Lian. "I'm leaving." She walked straight out the front gate. She made a call for her driver to pick her up from Purist Street. On the way, she stepped on a puddle-covered brick, and the dirty water splashed onto her leather shoes, causing Ji Mulan's expression to grow colder. "Why are you so late?" At the dinner, Su En looked at Ji Mulan. "Didn't the 2 of them come?" He was referring to Bai Lian and Ji Heng. "Alien is doing homework." Ji Mulan's demeanor was impeccable. Su En wasn't particularly concerned about whether Bai Lian and Ji Heng showed up, and with a smile, he introduced, "Miss Su, you've met. This gentleman here is Ren Qian, and this one is Chen Gang, CEO Chen. Sorry for the wait." Ji Mulan apologized to them with a smile. Ren Qian and Chen Gang knew that Su En was a businessman from Jianghu, so neither dared to accept Ji Mulan's apology. Ren Qian smiled, lifting his glass. "No worries at all, don't fret Miss Su, the land you want'll sort it out for you." As he spoke, his gaze flicked towards Su Yajun who sat next to Su En. Su Yajun was seated beside Su En but was not speaking. Su En also did not introduce who Su Yajun was to them. Ren Qian did not dare to guess lightly, but from Su En's extremely respectful attitude toward that lady, he knew Miss Su was not to be taken lightly. "Well, have to trouble you, Mr. Ren," Su En chuckled, then sighed. "I sent a name card to Chen Yi, heard he was free this afternoon. It's a shame he didn't come." "Chen Yi?" Su Yajun lifted her head slightly upon hearing the name. "He went fishing this afternoon." "Fishing?" Ji Mulan was taken aback. Chapter 159, 061 arrives in Jianghu. Who will be the dark horse? Second update, _1 Ji Mulan instinctively recalled that Ji Heng had also gone fishing that afternoon. There was someone with a fish, it seemed. Ji Heng called him Xiaochen. It was too chaotic at the time, and Ji Mulan hadn't heard very clearly, but then she laughed at herself, wondering what she was thinking. How could she associate the Master Chen mentioned by Miss Su and the others with those shady characters? She and Su En were aware of Su Yajun. However, Ren Qian and Chen Gang didn't know and exchanged shocked glances. Could this girl actually be so familiar with Master Chen's whereabouts? "You want to invite him to dinner?" Su Yajun looked at Su En and pondered slightly, thinking that she would likely return after receiving the Lanting Award, I'll ask him for you later. That would be great. Su En's eyes lit up. He found it hard to even meet Master Chen, but it was not the case for Su Yajun. Across the table, Ren Xian and Chen Gang looked at each other, Su Yajun's tone suggesting she was quite familiar with Master Chen, prompting a new realization about her identity. Su Yajun, having no interest in the others, left early to rest after finishing her meal. After she left, Ren Xian raised a glass to Su En. The young lady just now is her? Su En didn't hide anything. Being new to Xiangqing, he wanted to use this opportunity to create some buzz for himself. She's my old classmate's daughter, a student of President Shui of the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Miss Su Yajun. You might not have heard of her in Xiangqing, but she's quite famous in Jianghu. You know about the Lanting Award, right? She's a shoo-in for the first prize. The Traditional Calligraphers Association, President Shui, Ren Xian and Chen Gang might not be familiar with these names. But Ren Xian had heard of the Lanting Award. Ren Wanxian had wanted to apply for the Lanting Award this year but was rejected by Qiu Shuezheng, yet this Miss Su was actually aiming for the first prize. Both of them had their calculations. Meanwhile, at Ji Heng's place, Director Chen and Xiao Mao stayed for dinner. He cooked himself in the evening, preparing fish head with chopped chilies, sour soup fish, and handmade fish balls for the soup. The skill wasn't anything impressive, but it was very homely. Director Chen took a photo and posted it on social media. Thanks, Uncle Ji, this is delicious. Image, Jianghu was visible, just a little, in the picture. He seldom posted on social media, but most people liked his photo. Director Chen was just about to put away his phone when suddenly, a notification popped up on his social feed. Junior Jiang liked your post. For a moment, Director Chen felt as if he saw his dismal life flash before his eyes. He stared at the like with trepidation, sweat forming on his back. Had he offended him recently? But that wasn't the end of it. Shortly afterwards, Jiang Shijue and Ming Dongheng also liked his post. Qi Yundai commented, "This is clearly not as good as the one I made, why not show off mine, and yet so many people like this." Ming Dongheng replied to Qi Yundai, "Smile." Qi Yundai replied to Ming Dongheng. After dinner, Bai Lian went to wash the dishes, but Director Chen and Mao Kuan both stood up, whoosh, and snatched the dishes from her hands. Ji Heng leisurely filled his own tobacco, and seeing Director Chen stand up, he chuckled, tapping the tobacco pipe. "Let her wash, she was the only one who didn't help me cook." At home, Ji Heng cooking and Bai Lian washing the dishes was a matter of course. How could Director Chen dare? Not just Director Chen, Mao Kuan was also feeling nervous about the idea of his sister washing dishes. Will the dishes still be there tomorrow? He reached out and snatched the dishes back from Director Chen, saying cheerfully, "No need, I'll do it, I'll do it. I love washing dishes the most." Mao Kuan was strong, and Director Chen simply couldn't snatch the dishes back. "I'll help you dry the dishes." Missing out on the chance to show off, Director Chen followed Mao Kuan closely. Halfway there, he suddenly felt that Mao Kuan's head of blonde hair was very familiar. Jiang He sat aside, watching the two of them squeeze into the kitchen, utterly speechless. Ji Heng's courtyard had grown more vibrant lately, as he watched Jiang He solving the Rubik's Cube. When he saw Bai Lian come out looking relaxed, he asked again, "How could you let a guest do the dishes?" "I did want to wash them." Bai Lian sat down lazily. But she saw Director Chen and Mao Kuan looking almost ready to cry. "Did you block your mother today?" Ji Heng remembered this issue, telling Jiang He to go farther away before lighting up a cigarette. Bai Lian took out her phone and put on her earphones. "Yeah." Ji Heng sighed. He knew Ji Mulan's issues very well. He smoked silently for a while before saying, "Add her back. She's your mother. After I'm gone, she will be your only family." He didn't want the future Bai Lian to be entirely alone. "Grandpa," Bai Lian suddenly stood up, interrupting Ji Heng, "I'm going to Jiangjing in a few days." Ji Heng was taken aback as he lifted his gaze, holding the pipe. "Jiangjing? With your mother?" Chapter 160, 061 arrives in Jianghu. Who will be the dark horse? Second update, _2 by Lian raised an eyebrow. No, she said, looking at Jianghu before leisurely responding. The teacher asked me to participate in a competition, so I asked for 2 days off. Oh. Jianghu lowered his head and continued smoking. At this moment, he didn't speak any further about Ji Mulan. Qiu Shuozheng secured time off for Bai Lian. Since Xiangqing didn't have an airport, she had to take a 12-hour train journey to Beijing. Without the accompanying qualifications, Bai Lian and Qiu Buqing needed to meet up with representatives from the Beijing Writers Association in Beijing. They would depart under the leadership of Vice President Xian from the Beijing Writers Association. Monday morning. Carrying a simple backpack, Bai Lian had just reached the bus station. When she saw Jianghu across the street, leaning against the car window and waving at her, she walked over, surprised. In the back seat, Jianghu lowered the window. Dressed in a soft white loungewear, his typically haughty demeanor appeared much softened. His wrist was casually resting on his knee as he leaned back against the seat at an angle. He seemed busy, on the phone with someone. Hearing Jianghu's noise, he looked outside the window and waved to Bai Lian. Bai Lian got into the car and sat in the back seat with Jianghu. We're also heading back to Jianghu. Jianghu leaned close to her and gazed out the window, not too happy, to see a doctor. He had thought he could avoid it this year in Xiangqing. Not only had he not managed to elude it, but it had also come several days earlier. Bai Lian nodded and rubbed Jianghu's head. Don't neglect your health out of fear. Then she took out her phone, found a contact, and sent a message to the person in charge, Vice President Xian. I will go to Jianghu by myself and meet up with you there. Vice President Xian must have been busy, as he didn't reply. Jianghu Lai's car didn't head to Beijing. Instead, it went to the neighboring Danping city, which was slightly more developed than Xiangqing with no mountains, only plains. The car arrived at a vast airport apron. Just as she got out, Bai Lian saw the legendary airplane. No security check or ticket gates were visible. Bai Lian had never flown before, but the original person whose memories she had did, and the scene differed greatly from what she had seen before. The captain, dressed in uniform, came running over from a distance and respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, shall we depart now? Jianghu Lai took off his headphones and gave a slight nod, his eyes and brows sharp. Ah. Bai Lian followed them onto the plane and suddenly realized, right, a private plane. The plane was quite large, with an entertainment room where 4 couches surrounded a table, and a big bok choy pillow rested on the couch by the window. Jianghu silently went over and hugged the pillow. Bai Lian put down her bag and settled herself by the window on the opposite side. As the plane took off, the aircraft shook. It was Bai Lian's first time on a plane. Not burdened by studying vocabulary, she quietly watched the aircraft lift into the air, the instant feeling of increased weight causing her to feel somewhat dazed. The plane climbed higher and higher, her hand lazily propping up her chin, lips slightly pursed. This was a significant shock for someone who had never experienced flight in ancient times. Rare to see you not studying vocabulary. Having finished his business, Jianghu Lai bent over to place a cup of lemon water in front of her and sat across from her, leaning lazily against the couch. Bai Lian turned her gaze from the window. She took the lemon water and drank slowly, easing her discomfort. I'll study in a bit. There are still a few hours to go. He handed her a blanket, his pale eyes calmly observing her, his voice very light. You can sleep for a while. When they arrived in Jianghu, it was the afternoon. Jianghu Lai asked for Bai Lian's hotel information and directed the driver to head straight there. The hotel was arranged by the Beijing Writers Association, located next to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. After checking into her room, Jianghu didn't want to leave but was expressionlessly dragged away by Jianghu Lai. That was all the flights from Beijing to Jianghu. By the time Vice President Xian and a group of students wearily arrived in Jianghu, it was already 11 at night. Vice President Xian was checking off names at the airport one by one. The last black pen rested on the name, Bai Lian, while other people's names had a long list of awards following them. Only Bai Lian's space was blank. Only the most basic information was filled. With the pen and the roll call list in hand, Vice President Xian called Qiu Shuezheng. This is the last flight today, and she hasn't arrived. Even if she catches the earliest flight tomorrow, she'll arrive in the afternoon and miss the competition. Bai Lian was a late addition to the roster of recommended individuals by Qiu Zhizheng's insistence. Otherwise, Qiu Shuezheng didn't say much. Her file lacked details and was sparse on credentials. She was young, and on top of that, a girl. Vice President Xian didn't pay much attention to her. On the phone, Qiu Shuezheng sounded surprised. She should have arrived, right? She sent me a message in the afternoon. Check the hotel later. Chapter 161, 061 arrives in Jianghu. Who will be the dark horse? Second update, _3, okay, I'll go ask at the hotel, Vice President Xian casually replied. Bai Lian just needed to be safe. Whether she had arrived or not didn't make much of a difference to him. After getting to the hotel, he arranged the accommodation for the competitors and then confirmed Bai Lian's whereabouts with the hotel staff. He learned that Bai Lian had arrived in the afternoon. Vice President Xian was somewhat surprised. Bai Lian had only set out in the morning. It took some time to get from Shangqing to Beiqing, and from Beiqing, it was a 5-hour flight to Jianghu. How had she arrived so quickly? Could it be that she set off yesterday? However, Vice President Xian didn't spend much time thinking about Bai Lian. After sending a message to Qiu Shuezheng, he went back to rest. There was a tough battle ahead tomorrow. The next day, 8 in the morning. Vice President Xian sent a group message, asking all the contestants to meet downstairs. The hotel was close to the Traditional Calligraphers Association, and most competitors chose to stay there. When Bai Lian came downstairs, there was already a large gathering of people. She sent a message to Jiang Fulai and then looked up, searching through the crowd, eventually spotting Vice President Xian to the right of the hotel's entrance. She wore a white blouse that day, paired with a horsehair skirt embroidered with golden patterns. Elegant yet bold. Her complexion was pale, her figure slender and tall, her jet black hair casually swept up. Lowering her head slightly, as she passed by, most of the people gradually fell silent, quietly watching her. Bai Lian went over to Vice President Xian to check in. Vice President Xian, with a stern look, made no small talk. He checked off her name and cautioned, "Don't wander off during the event, wait for me at the door when you're done." "All right," Bai Lian nodded slightly. She seemed quite obedient. Vice President Xian's face softened a bit. "Don't think Vice President Xian treats everyone like this," a boy in a black hoodie whispered to Bai Lian. "He's much nicer to Jian Rong." Bai Lian glanced at him. The boy scratched his head, his face turning a bit red. "You're the only girl here this time, right? I heard about you yesterday." While he was speaking, someone suddenly exclaimed from within a group from Beiqing, "Jian Rong is here. Finally, we get to see him." "That's him." Not far away, Vice President Xian also looked over, his stern face immediately softening. "Jian Rong, come here." His voice could be described as gentle. Bai Lian also looked over to see two tall guys walking side by side not far away. One was Qiu Buqing. Naturally, he noticed Bai Lian standing to one side, frowned slightly, but didn't speak to her. The other was the much-discussed Jian Rong. Jian Rong was dressed in a black windbreaker and casual trousers. He greeted the vice president as he approached. "Vice President. The contest starts at 10. "Don't be nervous," Vice President Xian said kindly to Jian Rong. "As long as you don't make any mistakes, you have a great chance of winning second prize. Understand?" Jian Rong was their biggest trump card from Beiqing this time. This year's Lan Ting Prize had age restrictions, with significant distinctions between the first, second, and third prizes. All 4 major cities were desperately competing for the second prize. There were many contenders for the third prize, but its value was several notches below that of the second prize. The vice president and the whole Beijing Writers Association had high expectations for Jian Rong to win the second prize. As for the first prize, all 5 top prizes in previous competitions came from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, not to mention that this year several master's students were allowed by their teachers to compete. The vice president and his associates had never considered the possibility of anyone snatching the first prize from this group of exceptional talents. "I'll do my best," Jian Rong said earnestly. "Of course, the others should also do their best." Vice President Xian looked up again, his expression much colder. He glanced over the 20-odd people in attendance and gave a brief encouragement. "Qiu Buqing and Sun Hao might win third prize. As for the rest of you, just strive to be nominated, and I won't expect too much from you." The group of more than 20 people set off towards the neighboring Traditional Calligraphers Association. Most of them crowded around Jian Rong, chatting and adding him on WeChat, while Bai Lian and the boy from earlier fell behind, unnoticed. Jian Rong might actually win second prize? Then he's sure to get into the Calligraphy Association this time. "I just hope to get nominated." The boy beside Bai Lian lowered his voice, muttering to her, "What about you? Are you confident about securing a nomination?" Chapter 162, 062 Lan Jie's Slick Moves. Approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang _1 Bai Lian was at the end of the line and slowly replied, "I'll do my best." The young man scratched his head. Up ahead, Jian Rong, who had been joined by many others, also noticed a girl in the group. Girls were rare in the Beijing Writers Association, so he turned to Qiu Buqing and asked, "Do you know that girl?" Qiu Buqing didn't look back, just nodded his head. To be selected to participate, she must be quite skilled, right? Jian Rong was a bit curious. He somewhat wanted to get to know her. Upon hearing this, Qiu Buqing scoffed. "She hasn't even passed level 9. Jian Rong immediately lost interest. Among their group, which one hadn't scored above 80 in level 9, and yet here was someone who hadn't even taken the assessment. The doors of the Traditional Calligraphers Association were heavy and dignified, with wooden plaques and golden beams. The gateway was 8 meters wide, with stone lions squatting on either side, where everyone came to check in. Even the deputy chairman and those with Jian Rong were no exception. Bai Lian used the young man's phone to take a photo for him. Just as she was returning the phone to him, a burst of commotion came from the entrance. All eyes turned toward the direction of the gate, as a line of people wearing the fan-shaped logo of the Traditional Calligraphers Association slowly made their way through the entrance. Young calligraphers from all over the country who had come to participate in the Lanting Award couldn't help but look over. They eagerly gazed at the Traditional Calligraphers Association uniforms they were wearing. "Xia Jinyun. It really seems to be him." Exclamations rang out. "It's Xia Jinyun." Next to Bai Lian, the young man also looked very eagerly at the group, turned around to discuss with Bai Lian, but found that Bai Lian was looking at her phone, her back. "Memorizing vocabulary? What's up?" Seeing him staring at her, Bai Lian tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Aren't you curious?" His fervor was immediately extinguished by Bai Lian's slightly cold look. "It's Xia Jinyun, the front-runner for first place this time, rumored to be the next president." Then he watched as Bai Lian memorized another word amid their conversation. The young man, having been sidetracked by Bai Lian, the young man looked back at the people from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, his eyes no longer burning with enthusiasm. "Let's add each other on WeChat." He figured that since adding Xia Jinyun was out of the question, he took out his phone and added Bai Lian on WeChat instead. The interior of the Traditional Calligraphers Association was spacious, understated yet luxurious. Their competition venue for today was in the largest building in the middle. "Here are your exam passes." The deputy chairman distributed the passes to them downstairs. "I won't say more about the content. Inside you have 3 chances to write. Everyone needs to choose their best piece to submit. They'll be waiting for you downstairs." He handed out the exam passes one by one. Finally, he admonished Jian Rong with a kind look in his eyes, "Don't be nervous. Keep a normal mindset." The teacher believes that one day you will also reach such heights. I know. Jian Rong held his exam pass and took a deep breath. He was exceptionally talented in Beijing, but here at the Traditional Calligraphers Association, no one knew him. 20 people from Beijing entered. Downstairs, many team leaders who knew each other were chatting, and the manager from South City came over smiling. Lao Qian, was that your association's Jian Rong just now? Yes, Deputy Chairman Qian smiled. It's him. The young fellow has talent. It's just a pity, bad timing. Indeed, quite unlucky. The South City manager clicked his tongue. Bad luck running into Xia Jinyun and Su Yajun, one being groomed as the next president, the other a student of the current president. Those participating in the Lanting Award this session are rather unlucky. I just did a lengthy pep talk with my students. Even the most talented individuals could be suppressed by such figures. And how could Deputy Chairman Qian not know this? I hope Jian Rong can stay calm, sighed Deputy Chairman Qian. If he can secure second place, earning a spot in the Traditional Calligraphers Association would be enough. The contest at the Traditional Calligraphers Association tested more than just skills, it tested temperament as well. Every session, the geniuses from each city who came to the Traditional Calligraphers Association were hit hard by the array of exceptional talents. This year, there was more than one such prodigy, with Xia Jinyun and Su Yajun being trump cards in any session. And this time, these two happened to be in the same session. With such pressure, how were the others supposed to stand out? They waited for an hour and a half, and not a single person from Qian's group left. They all waited downstairs for them to emerge. However, just 10 minutes into the competition, a figure came out from inside. Which contestant has broken down? Given up? Someone asked. Deputy Chairman Qian, chatting with people from South City, looked up, curious to see who had such poor composure, but upon recognizing the figure, he struggled to maintain his calm. Why are you out so soon? Chapter 163, 062 Lan Jie's slick moves, approachable nuclear Mr. Jiang_2 He watched Bai Lian in disbelief. Bai Lian had just pulled out her phone when she leisurely began to fetch her earphones, ready to listen to an English audio lesson. Can't come out? Bai Lian looked up, the black earphones still in her hand. The girl wore a snow-white top, her eyes slightly lifted, dazzling in the noon sunlight that cast a luminous yet overly vivid glow on her cool, jade-like features. The golden threads of her skirt's hem reflected a cold light. Vice President Qian, you finished in just 10 minutes? Such a serious competition, occurring once every 3 years and involving the Traditional Calligraphers Association slots, even Xia Jinyun would consider carefully to ensure not a single mistake. Who finishes in just 10 minutes? Bai Lian put the earphones in her ears and glanced sideward. I'm catching a flight, and I have classes tomorrow. Vice President Qian, he's leaving for Shangqing today? No, could your move be any smoother? He felt somewhat tired at heart, but then he thought, it made sense. Bai Lian wasn't here to win a prize, and lingering in Jiangjing was of no use to her. Then you should go back, just be careful on your own. Vice President Qian waved her off without trying to keep her. He watched Bai Lian leave, and only after she had gone did someone from South City ask in surprise, she's with you? Yeah, just here for the excitement, Vice President Qian said with a smile, refraining from discussing Bai Lian further, just to gain some experience. His gaze was fixed on the building, waiting for Jian Rong and Qiu Buqing to come out. Meanwhile, Bai Lian returned to her hotel to pick up her backpack. She took a flight back to Shangqing. A black car was already waiting quietly not far from the hotel. Inside, Jiang He sat expressionless in the back seat, a pile of medicine beside him. Bai Lian got into the car. She glanced at Jiang He. Where's your brother? Jiang He hugged a pillow, listless, at the Jiang family. Bai Lian nodded without further questions. She and Jiang He headed back to Shangqing first. They still landed in Danping City, and Ming Donghan came to pick them up because Jiang He had just seen a doctor and was emotionally unstable, so Bai Lian accompanied him back to the manor. In the Great Hall, Director Chen had been waiting for Ming Dongheng's return. Seeing Bai Lian, he didn't dare to ask much, simply greeted her carefully, then inquired about some trifles. After keeping Jianghu company for a while, Bai Lian planned to go back and have dinner with Jianghu. Miss Bai, I'm actually heading back as well. Director Chen stood up in a timely manner. I need to rest early tonight because I have to pick someone up first thing tomorrow. He seemed to be calculating nicely, offering her a ride along. Who are you picking up? Ming Dongheng asked coldly, looking at Director Chen. He couldn't tell if Director Chen was really going to pick someone up or if it was just an excuse. Director Chen, however, was not frightened. His excuse was not entirely false, just the timing was off. Picking up Su Yajun tomorrow, changing it to tonight, did that count as a lie? Xiao Su, she just finished her competition and wants to experience the history in Shangcheng. Ming Dongheng narrowed his eyes, failing to recall who that was. That one who came last time. Director Chen helped him remember. Although talking to Ming Dongheng, Director Chen didn't forget Bai Lian and turned to calmly explain to her, Miss Bai, this Xiao Su is Su Yajun from the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Yesterday, she met with President Xue and the old master. The old master said her Liang style was written exceptionally well. She should shine in the Orchid Pavilion Award this time. He paused midway, noticing Bai Lian's calm face. He quickly changed the subject, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead and wondering to himself why he was discussing this with Miss Bai. Miss Bai, I'll drive you back. He picked up the car keys. Thank you. Bai Lian gathered her backpack and left with Director Chen. Meanwhile, in Jianghu, the Traditional Calligraphers Association. The Orchid Pavilion Award, held once every 3 years, is always a significant event for the Traditional Calligraphers Association. This year was no exception. The morning exams had just concluded, all works were sealed, and in the evening, they were all delivered to the evaluation room. There were 7 judges participating in the scoring. This year, because President Xue had a student participating, he recused himself to avoid the appearance of impropriety. At this moment, he was at home drinking tea. Then he got a phone call and suddenly stood up. What? Teacher, Su Yajun got startled by her teacher's reaction and also stood up. What happened? President Xue, middle-aged, grabbed his coat, not having time to explain in detail. That person actually showed up at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. Didn't he refuse to be a judge? How did he suddenly? President Xue hurriedly left. Su Yajun quickly followed. Teacher, who are you talking about? It's nothing. President Xue shook his head. I have to go to the Calligraphers Association. I've arranged for you in Shangcheng already. You go ahead. Chapter 164, 062 Lan Jie's Slick Moves, Approachable Nuclear Mr. Jiang _3 He didn't have time to explain to Su Yajun. He drove directly to the Traditional Calligraphers Association. The Traditional Calligraphers Association's judging area. In the middle of the conference table, a man in a snow-white shirt sat, his eyes lowered. His pale fingers tapped on the computer's surface, fine black hair falling over his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes and brows carrying an air of coldness. Even without speaking, one could feel the chill of his lofty demeanor soaking his whole being. With a single movement of his finger, it seemed as though a cold gust had swept through the entire judging room. Next to him, a refined elderly man stood smiling gently. Everyone, don't be restrained. Our young master is just here to have a look. All the teachers need to do is score properly, just relax a bit. 7 judges clutched the artworks tremblingly, and upon hearing this, were almost in tears. Your words sound good. But with this gentleman seated here, who dares to relax? Also, don't you know that even when young Master Jiang is silent, he's not very approachable? As soon as Chairman Xue arrived, he saw the 7 judges huddled in their seats like quails. Butler Jiang, what brings you and the young master here? Chairman Xue was very, very polite. He didn't dare speak to Jiang Fulai directly, only to the old butler at his side. Butler Jiang chuckled. Young Master Jiang just came to take a look. He intends to donate a sum digitally to the Lanting Award. As he said so, Butler Jiang gestured with his fingers. Chairman Shui rejuvenated. I thank young Master Jiang on behalf of the participants. Butler Jiang looked at the 7 judges. I heard that this year has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Chairman Shui's student is also among them. Yejun? Chairman Shui proudly mentioned his outstanding disciple. For her, a young lady, to have come this far, it's truly not easy. The arrival of Chairman Shui greatly improved the atmosphere of the office. Finally, the 7 judges could give the artworks their scores. The grading was on an average point system. This slender gold script must belong to Xie Jinyun, said one judge as he flipped to a piece, admiring it with a colleague, and then sighed. No wonder he is the hot favorite this year. He gave the calligraphy 91 points. Calligraphy has many contenders, but nowadays, not many people can truly settle down to study the art. The Lanting Award is intended for the younger generation. The levels of skill were varied. Apart from Xie Jinyun's slender gold script, most had not seen any other good work. Isn't Chairman Shui's student also here this year? I thought I saw she wrote in the Liang style. A judge chuckled as he turned to the next piece, his words trailing off abruptly as he stopped. He stared at the artwork. It was in Liang style. It was Record of Xiangcheng. The person who wrote this poem, each stroke was like a bayonet, the curved strokes resembled vines, and overall it flowed like water, the brushwork splashing ink onto the paper unrestrainedly, as if the vast waters of the Milky Way were tumbling down from the heavens, the style and spirit striking one in the face. He looked at the piece for a long time before he could bring himself to put it down. The person next to him noticed the unusual reaction and looked over. What piece have you found that has left you so? After a long look, he suddenly turned to Chairman Shui, who was chatting with Butler Jiang. Chairman, you are really keeping a low profile. Your student is remarkable, this vigor in the strokes, it leaves me somewhat ashamed. What? Chairman Shui was momentarily dazed by the remark. This one, the judge showed him the piece. Look at this boldness, this sharpness, it's quite a bit higher than Xie Jinyun. Those present were intimately familiar with the capable competitors for the first prize in this contest. The one who excelled in the Liang style was Su Yejun. Chapter 165, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update, _1. Apart from Su Yejun, they couldn't think of a second person who could write in the Liang style so well. Did she outperform herself? Chairman Shui also felt astonished. He stopped his conversation with Butler Jiang and walked over to the judges to have a look. With this glance, Chairman Shui was somewhat stunned. Chairman Shui thought he understood Su Yejun like the back of his hand. Although finding the right artistic conception could sometimes be difficult, the basics were there. He held the work with fervent eyes. This isn't Yejun's handwriting. Yejun definitely doesn't have this kind of wrist strength. Not Su Yejun's. Then whose was it? Where did this dark horse come from? The 7 judges looked at each other, perplexed. Jianghu Lai, who had been sitting at the front and gazing down at his computer, finally lifted his head. His slender fingertips tapped on the table decisively, and he uttered 2 indisputable words, "Bring it." Chairman Shui wanted to take another look. But hearing this voice, he didn't dare refuse and respectfully handed over the work. Jianghu Lai took the piece, looked down, and his eyelashes covered the pale hue of his pupils as he silently examined the writing. The most captivating aspect of him was the almost imperceptible pressure he exerted. Without doing anything, just sitting there casually, his very presence was enough to make people dare not approach. At this moment, as he gazed down in silence, Chairman Shui couldn't bear it. The entire selection room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Butler Jiang by his side could withstand it a bit. After Jianghu Lai had looked for quite some time, Chairman Shui couldn't hold back any longer and sought help with a glance towards Butler Jiang. Butler Jiang also felt it strange. He bent slightly, lowering his voice. "Young master, the plane is about to take off." Answered Jianghu Lai as he returned the work to Chairman Shui, picked up his laptop with one hand, and took a few steps. Then he seemed to remember something, and looked indifferently toward Chairman Shui. double the funds, and send this year's first-place work to the Jiang family. Ah. Chairman Shui was slightly stunned. Jiang Fulai cast a glance over. It wasn't that his expression had changed, but his sharp, knife-like face emitted a chilly aura. Chairman Shui shivered involuntarily and hurriedly replied, "All right, I'll personally deliver it." Finally, the man left. The selection room instantly warmed up, as if spring had returned to the land. The other judges immediately surged forward. "Chairman Shui, let me have another look. Where did this person come from? This is not even on the same level as the others." After one of them had finished admiring the work, they suddenly asked, "How should we judge this?" All 7 turned their gaze to Chairman Shui. Chairman Shui looked at the piece and slowly made a decision. The scores weren't fully tallied yet, so names couldn't be revealed. Chairman Shui took out his phone and called the Human Resources Department, checked the list of participants for this year's Lanting Award Art Prize. He was familiar with most of the contestants this time. Xie Jinyun and his apprentice Su Yejun. Each of them was like a bully amongst the rest. How could there suddenly appear such a person? Bai Lian had no idea that because of her work, the 7 judges had spent the whole night discussing it at the Traditional Calligraphers Association. And had not slept all night. Wednesday. Early in the morning, around 6, Ji Xiaojun arrived to see Bai Lian sitting on the stone table, eating and talking at the same time. "Who are you talking to?" Ji Xiaojun put down a carton of milk, not seeing Ji Heng in the kitchen or the yard. He had just finished speaking when a faint voice came from the bathroom. "It's the growth hormone. Pinching the back of the cucumber will inhibit the growth hormone." Ji Xiaojun, what was all this about? He could understand growth hormones, but why pinch a cucumber? Ji Xiaojun didn't understand, but he didn't dare say anything else. After Ji Heng came out, Ji Xiaojun finally spoke quietly. "Suan has invited our family out for dinner. Dad, alien, what do you think?" Suan had a very good impression of the Ji family as a whole, with their upright and noble characters. If he was to marry Ji Mulan, it was only proper to invite them to discuss wedding matters over a meal. Ji Xiaojun also held a good opinion of Su En, a courteous man, far superior in conversation skills compared to the Ren family. He had only this one sister, Ji Mulan. Even when Ji Mulan had run away from home to marry into the Bai family, Ji Xiaojun had never given up on his sister. Now that she had found a decent future, Ji Xiaojun was happy for her. Of course, if Ji Mulan could improve a bit as a mother, Ji Xiaojun might be even happier. "I have class," Bai Lian spoke leisurely. "I missed 2 days and need to catch up." "How did you miss 2 days of classes?" Ji Xiaojun was unaware of her participation in the Jiangjing competition. Bai Lian drank the last sip of milk and smiled at Ji Xiaojun. "I went to see what Jiangjing was like. If it's good, I'm considering applying to Jiangjing University." Chapter 166, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update, _2 Ji Xiaojun, as long as you're happy. Alien isn't going. Ji Heng, holding a rag, asked Ji Xiaojun to carry out the embroidery frame and pondered for a while. "I'll go with you." He needed to clarify things with Ji Mulan. Ji Xiaojun nodded, as he moved to carry the embroidery frame, then he'll reply to Mr. Su. "Grandpa, uncle, I'm off to school." Bai Lian was now extremely sensitive to the name Ji Mulan. She and Ji Mulan were like 2 parallel lines. As long as the other party didn't bother her, it was fine. "Go ahead," Ji Heng, while instructing Ji Xiaojun to be careful with moving things, waved to Bai Lian, "Watch out for cars on the road." It wasn't until Bai Lian had left that he looked at Ji Xiaojun, who had moved the embroidery frame out. "Really going to demolish?" Ji Xiaojun set the embroidery frame down properly and uncommonly took out a cigarette, responded vaguely, "I won't sign the contract." He squatted to one side, looking very silent. Ji Heng, holding the rag, slowly wiped the embroidery frame. "Should I go talk to the Ren family?" "Don't bother." Ji Xiaojun had an extreme aversion toward the Ren family, He knew what Ji Heng was thinking just by hearing him. They wouldn't agree to it anyway. Ji Heng, seeing Ji Xiaojun like that, didn't bring it up again, but his brows were slightly knitted. Bai Lian took her backpack and headed to school. She had just left Purist Street. That's when she saw the blue car parked across the street. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She walked over and knocked on the car door. The passenger window lowered, revealing the man seated in the driver's seat. Jiang Fulai was still wearing the white shirt from last night, his right hand loosely propped on the steering wheel, supporting his face in the palm, his light-colored eyes looking toward the passenger side. "Aren't you still in Jiangjing?" Bai Lian paused her listening practice, taken aback by his early morning appearance at the entrance to Purist Street. Jiang Fulai came back to his senses. He leaned over to open the passenger's door, fingertips casually tapping on the steering wheel. "Came back last night. There was something at the lab. Get in first," he said unfazed. Bai Lian opened the passenger seat door. Just as she was about to turn her listening back on, she saw several WeChat messages on her phone. "Lance, this idea is simply fantastic, Lance. I'm going to try it now, Lance." Image. He had sent a CT image. Bai Lian opened it and could clearly see the bone structure. Initially, she was very resistant to Western medicine, but after these 2 days of communication, she realized that Western medicine's popularity in society wasn't without reason. One reason was that most traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions had been lost. Another reason was because Western medicine was based on scientific principles, and they could tell you everything about your illness clearly. Nearly reliant on machinery, you could clearly see where the lesions and sources were. Bai Lian had to admit, there were merits to this. They didn't need to use inspection, auscultation and olfaction, inquiring, and palpation. Bai Lian leaned back in her seat, but she had seen true doctors who didn't need instruments, like those itinerant doctors in Xiangqing who could identify the soldier's lesions at a glance. She always felt that culture hadn't been cut off. But now she couldn't help beginning to think, after being passed down for thousands of years, why it was on the verge of being replaced by a few hundred years of Western medicine. The traffic light was red. Jiang Fulai noticed she had paused on the English listening page for quite some time without hitting play, so he tilted his head slightly and commented on her studying, meditating on English. Bai Lian snapped back to reality. Dressed in her blue and white school uniform, revealing the pristine white collar underneath, the window half open, the breeze lightly lifting her fine hair, her features were so delicate they were dazzling. Bai Lian first glanced at her phone, then lazily turned to Jiang Fulai, her eyes slightly narrowed, the corners of her lips lightly curved up. "No, I was thinking about how to kill English." Jiang Fulai, capable of great things anytime, anywhere, he pressed on the gas pedal. Not for any particular reason, but he knew, Bai Lian genuinely wanted to kill English. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Bai Lian propped her chin with her hand, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai maneuvered the steering wheel, speaking with utmost calm. "I'd like to as well, but one must be rational." "Peace, peace." Bai Lian reopened her English listening, gave him a smile, then sighed, "I know." Jiang Fulai turned the car around a bend, glimpsing the trace of regret between her brows. When Bai Lian returned to school, Pu Xiaohan and others asked where she had been the past couple of days. "Something came up," Bai Lian replied casually, as she placed her backpack on the desk and glanced over in Yang Lin's direction, frowning. "Did my desk mate come in yesterday?" "No," Pu Xiaohan kept her voice down. "Lu's mom seemed to have gone on a home visit last night. Not sure what the situation is." After saying that, she glanced at Bai Lian's expression again, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 167, Fault 063, Part 1, Second Update, _3 Yang Lin had always been a loner, and it wasn't until Bai Lian had come that she became familiar with Yang Lin. Bai Lian sat down, slowly took out the books from her bag, and considered going to ask Lu Lingxi for the address later. The cell phone lit up again. This time, it was a message from Qiu Shuezheng. "Qiu teacher, the slots will be announced at 10 today, remember to tell me immediately." Bai Lian took out her biology book, glanced at it. Can't watch, have to attend class, she replied with a calmness. Chiu teacher, did you return to Xiangcheng? You just went back like that? Did you really go back? Chiu Shuozheng asked 3 questions in a row. Bai Lian, I still have to attend class. Chiu teacher had no doubt she could win the award, but after the announcement, you still need to accept the award. You have to attend the award ceremony. There's always time for class. Bai Lian's response was cold and merciless. Then they can mail it back. At the other end of the phone, Chiu teacher found it hard to comprehend. The Orchid Pavilion Award, which is held every 3 years, 3 years ago, even if Chiu Buqing was only nominated, he stayed until the last moment. Bai Lian says, mail it back? You don't even accept the award in person, and it should be mailed back? Seeing that Bai Lian didn't reply to him, he reckoned that she was probably tackling practice questions again. Chiu Shuozheng took out his phone to call Vice President Xian. Vice President, Chiu Shuozheng spoke politely, pausing slightly before saying, as soon as the results are out, please inform me immediately. The roster for the Traditional Calligraphers Association's Orchid Pavilion Award is announced publicly. Immediately after the assessment, it is posted on the board of the Calligraphy Association, and 2 days later, it is uploaded to the official website of the association. Today at 10 o'clock, the list will be posted on time. I know, said Vice President Xian, even more anxious than Chiu Shuozheng. It wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, and he was already waiting in front of the board with a crowd of people. Don't worry too much. After hanging up the phone, Vice President Xian then turned to Jian Rong beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be nervous, a second-place prize is secured for you. Jian Rong smiled and shifted his focus. By the way, what about that female student from before? Why haven't I seen her today? She has gone home, replied Vice President Xian. Gone home? Jian Rong was somewhat astonished. Beside him, Chiu Buqing was not surprised. She wouldn't have won an award anyway. Vice President Xian mentioned Bai Lian to Jian Rong to divert his attention and didn't bring her up again, as there was no point in talking about her. Xia Jinyun and Miss Su didn't come today either. Chiu Buqing remembered these two and glanced around him. That's normal, Vice President Xian knew very well. One is first place, the other second, that's a sure thing. They don't need to come. This year's Orchid Pavilion Award, running into the two of them, it's just bad luck for you guys. This is the confidence in one's own ability. 9:40. The staff of the Calligraphy Association came with the red roster. Everyone eagerly watched the red list, covered with a red silk cloth, being attached to the notice board. Vice President Xian and Jian Rong, usually talkative, remained silent, intently focusing on the list. As soon as it hit 10, the red silk was unveiled. Instantly, the crowd surged forward. Vice President Xian had foresight. One of the reasons Beijing Writers Association sent him was his good physical strength. He squeezed into the front and started reading from the bottom, first coming across the nominations, skimming past each name. He saw Sun Hao and Chiu Buqing. Both had a chance for the third-place prize. Vice President Xian thought at least one of them would make it into the third prize rank. How come they were only selected? He frowned slightly. Why did neither of them perform well? Then he looked towards the third-place winners. There were many third prize winners, and he scanned through them, ready to skip ahead, but then he saw a familiar name inside, Jian Rong. Jian Rong was Beijing's biggest hope. A second-place prize was almost certain. How could it be just a third-place prize? Vice President Xian couldn't believe it and read the third prize section 3 times over to confirm that Jian Rong truly was a third-place winner. Meanwhile, exclamations of, "What's going on?" arose from the crowd, as it seemed most people were questioning the assessment. If Jian Rong was a third-place winner, then who could be second? Vice President Xian with a furrowed brow looked towards the second-place area. The Orchid Pavilion Award has many categories, and in the past, the Art Calligraphy Prize would have 3 to 5 people awarded first place and about 10 for the second place. However, this year's second place had only 5 people. He looked at the first name listed under second place, Xia Yufeng. This was the pseudonym that Xia Jinyun used in the calligraphy community, and nearly everyone present knew it. The question was, how could Xia Jinyun be just second place? Had Su Yajun surpassed Xia Jinyun? Vice President Xian looked at the names following closely behind Xia Jinyun, and there was Su Yajun. The three names after her were those from the Calligraphy Association who were expected to compete for first place. So what were they all doing in second place? Was there no first place this year? Everyone with this question turned their gaze to the top row. The sunlight at 10 o'clock was somewhat dazzling. Vice President Xian thought maybe there was some problem with the world as he wiped his eyes and looked towards the first line. Then, his fingers trembling, he took several tries to fish out the wrinkled report form from his pocket. His eyes went to the last name, by Lian competition name, by Jian. After repeated confirmations, he lifted his head again, looking towards the top row. There were only 5 words. First place, by Jian. This year, the Orchid Pavilion Award had a breakthrough in its history. For the first time, there were no multiple first-place winners concurrently. Instead, a first-place prize had been set aside for one person, with no other name standing in comparison. A standalone first. Chapter 168, 064 Calligraphy History Book. Remove her _1 before this list came out. Even if these people doubted whether they could be selected, they never doubted this year's seed contestants. However, it turned out strangely. First place wasn't Xia Jinyun, nor Su Yajun. Even these two didn't make it into the first-class awards. Those who squeezed to the front to see the list were stunned for a moment, then the scene exploded like a drop of water in a hot oil pan. Who the hell is Bai Jian? Has anyone heard of him? Dropped out of nowhere to first place? What on earth did he write? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award is really something, isn't it? It should go down in the history of calligraphy, right? Can we fast forward to 3 days later? At such a time, nobody doubted the level of this first-place winner. After all, among the second-class awards were Xia Jinyun, who is being groomed as the next president, and Su Yajun, who is a student of the current president. Who would dare to tamper with the results at the Traditional Calligraphers Association's venue? This year, to outshine these two and secure first place decisively. What else could the rest say about such strength? Deputy Qian, because he was too startled, got pushed out of the crowd again. Deputy, the members of the Beijing Writers Association quickly gathered around. What's going on? I heard the list is really weird this year. Qiu Buqing, also anxious to know if had won third place, asked, Deputy, have you seen the list? The list this year is going to explode, the manager from South City said, getting squeezed out too. He noticed Jian Rong only got third place. Who the heck is this first place winner? Old Qian, have you heard of them? After Deputy Qian blinked his eyes, he looked back at the sign-in sheet and said distractedly, this, that, Sun Hao, Qiu Buqing, you two were shortlisted, while Jian Rong got third place. Hearing this news, Qiu Buqing and Jian Rong exchanged looks, their heads drooping. Their eyes suddenly lost all sparkle. Don't lose heart, the South City manager shook his head. His students only received shortlisted awards. This time the awards are really bizarre. There's been a change. Not just you Jian Rong, even Xia Jinyun and Su Yajun only got second place. Jian Rong's heart, which had been steeped in disappointment, suddenly revived. They only got second place too. He voiced what everyone was thinking. The boy kneeling beside him quickly took out his phone to message Bai Lian. Damn, bro, it's such a pity you left. Did you know? This year's Orchid Pavilion Award welcomed a freak. Even Xia Jinyun was pushed down to second place. Bai Lian, his sister, was ice cold and didn't reply. The most explosive news of this year's Orchid Pavilion Award wasn't that Xia Jinyun and Su Yajun didn't get first place, but that they were both relegated to second place. Deputy Qian watched the manager from South City and waved his hand over the sign-in sheet, that, the only first-place award seems to belong to ours from Beijing, that girl who left after just 10 minutes that day. His voice was not loud. Yet, as if radiating from Deputy Qian at the center, the people within 2 meters gradually fell silent. The boy who was still busily messaging Bai Lian on his phone suddenly froze. Ah. Qiu Buqing also instinctively looked up. Deputy, who did you say? Bai Lian. Qiu Buqing's mind buzzed, as if it was about to explode. The members of the Beijing Writers Association were in a half-crazed state, first place, and having eclipsed the twin stars Xie Jinyun and Su Yajun, it was an unprecedentedly glorious moment for the association in many years. Deputy Qian promptly took out his phone, his mouth stuck in an irretrievable smile, as he reported the news back to the Calligraphy Association's group. Deputy Qian, usually stern and aloof, was now smiling as if smiles cost nothing. He then called Xiu Shuezheng. Where the hell did this come from? Bai Lian was oblivious to the storm caused by the Orchid Pavilion Award. When Xiu Shuezheng called her, she was in the middle of biology class. Only after class did she notice the 19 calls from Xiu Shuezheng, which he had made 20 minutes earlier. She took her phone to the restroom and called him back. Having calmed down for 20 minutes, Qiu Zizheng's emotions had stabilized. Why didn't you answer the phone? Bai Lian casually closed the door of the stall, lifting her eyebrows. Am I not supposed to attend class? After a long pause, Qiu Shuezheng spoke airily. You got first place, the only first-class award. Oh, Bai Lian responded nonchalantly, then remembered, standing up straight. Does that mean I can apply to the Calligraphy Association now? How do I apply? Where do I apply? On the other end of the phone, Qiu Zizheng's forehead was covered in question marks. Aren't you a little too calm about your massive first place? That's what he was thinking, so he went ahead and asked it. Chapter 171, 065 Alien, Idiots, Just Play by Yourselves, Second Update, _1, Who? Minister Su leaned over to take a look. He only saw the name, Bai Lian. He had just been transferred today and was informed that he would be in charge of the Calligraphy Association matter. This slot had been directly assigned to him by the director, and Minister Su hardly knew anyone involved. Apart from Ren Wanxian, he had only heard of Qiu Buqing. Not to mention the name Bai Lian, he hadn't even heard of anyone with the surname Bai in Shangcheng, but with caution, he still asked a question. Do you know her? Ren Wanxian spoke indifferently. My father's niece. Ren Wangxuan's father? Minister Su had not heard of her father's name. He only knew that the Ren family had taken in a son-in-law. I see. Minister Su suddenly felt enlightened. Miss Ren, shall we exchange contact information? Of course. Seeing that Minister Su was on board, Ren Wanxian was not stingy either. The two amicably added each other on WeChat. Minister Su smiled. This was not his first time doing such a thing. As a new official, he was using an insignificant person to ingratiate himself with Ren Wanxian and the Ren family. This deal was indeed extremely worthwhile. Meanwhile, Su-en was having a meal with Ji Heng and others. The place was Su-en's rented cottage, where he was always able to lighten the mood. He started the conversation. Why isn't Alien here today? Alien had something to attend to the day before yesterday. Shenqing felt a bit uneasy about the situation, but Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun were never ones to talk much. She has to make up classes today and is quite busy. Naturally, she would not say that Bai Lian didn't want to come here. The implication was clear. Bai Lian hadn't been attending school the past few days. Across from Shenqing, Ji Mulan was holding her chopsticks and glanced at Su-en subconsciously. Su-en didn't mind. He knew about Bai Lian's grades and lightly moved past the subject. The date has been tentatively set for the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, close to the new year. Alien will be on holiday by then, so you all will have time to attend. After the wedding, you can still enjoy a few days in Jianghu. At the mention of the wedding date, Ji Mulan's expression softened. This was the date they had all agreed upon. Ji Heng put down his chopsticks, took out his pipe but didn't smoke it. His calloused hands caressed the pipe as he looked at Su-en. Does your family know about this? He was referring to Su-en's mother. I've moved out and I've mentioned it to them in advance. Suen smiled, unconcerned. It's our life after all. If Alien comes over, she can live with us too. Suen had everything arranged properly. As he spoke, suddenly there was a noise from upstairs. Upon hearing it, Suen recognized it as Su Yejun's voice. He didn't wait to excuse himself from Jianghu as he stood up. Miss Su. At the dining table, as soon as Suen left, Shenqing felt less oppressed. After about a few minutes, Suen came down the stairs holding his phone. Behind him followed a woman in a white dress. She had a delicate face, but she didn't look very well. Sorry, I have to drive someone, Suen apologized and explained to Jianghu. Miss Su said there's been a change at the Traditional Calligraphers Association and she's anxious to return to Jianghu. I'm going to see her out. Traditional Calligraphers Association? Shenqing had never heard the term and asked instinctively. At most, she had heard of calligraphy and paintings. Although Ji Mulan didn't introduce her, Shenqing also knew that the woman following Suen wasn't an ordinary person, especially given Suen's respectful attitude. Suen had no intention of introducing Su Yejun to them. This, for the first time, Suen was surprised to find someone unaware of the Calligraphy Association. He paused, unsure how to explain. Ji Mulan couldn't help but purse her lips and glanced at Shenqing. Su Yejun looked at Shenqing indifferently. While her gaze bore no particular meaning, to Shenqing, it felt somewhat piercing. Uncle Su, I'm in a hurry to return to Jianghu. All right. Suen picked up his car keys and nodded to Jianghu. He also signaled for Ji Mulan to take good care of the Ji family's guests. After Suen and Su Yejun left, Shenqing turned to Ji Xiaojun. Should I have not spoken just now? She was just an ordinary and common market woman. Ji Xiaojun was quite used to it over the years and shook his head, indicating it was all right. However, Ji Mulan's face turned cold, looking back and forth between Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun. She was amused with annoyance. Since he's not here, Jianghu finally lit his pipe, the smoke rising thinly, blurring his vision. Let me remind you not to push Alien too hard. Ji Mulan watched Jianghu smoke his pipe. The image of Bai Lian flashed through her mind in an instant, and she made the connection in a heartbeat. Isn't what I'm doing for her own good? Me pushing her? She used to listen to me so much, but look what she's learned since coming to Xiangcheng. Chapter 172, 065 Alien, Idiots, just play by yourselves. Second update, _2 Ji Mulan is just a refined egoist who never thinks she's the one with a problem. What does it mean that she learned something in Xiangcheng? Shenqing's temper flared up, and she became domineering. She knows so much more than you, you're not fit to talk about her. The last few sentences she said were somewhat dirty. Ji Mulan hadn't expected that even Shenqing would dare to raise her voice and talk to her like that. She pointed at Shenqing, her chest heaving violently. Ji Xiaojun hurriedly stopped Shenqing, preventing her from cursing further. Let's stop here for today. Think about Alien's matter. We are going home first. With a cold face, Ji Mulan saw the three of them out, then sat in the hall contemplating whether her return this time was right or wrong. By the time Suen finished sending Su Yejun back, Jianghu and the others had left long ago. Suen sensed a very familiar nicotine smell in the air, sniffed it, and then asked, "Have your dad and the others left?" The smell of smoke was indeed familiar. Emichim. Ji Mulan didn't want to talk about them any further, seeing Suen standing still. What's wrong? What cigarettes does your dad smoke? Suen pondered for a moment. Ji Mulan shook her head. My brother gave them to him. After speaking, she looked at Suen. It's nothing. Suen shook his head, then it was no problem, and changed the subject. Do you know about Bakhtur Street? Bakhtur Street was across the river. Ji Mulan had known about it since she was a child, but didn't know much. It's chaotic. What happened? Someone's competing with me for the territory. As soon as the tourism planning of Xiangcheng was released, many were eyeing it, and Suan had the advantage of quick information within the circle. Mr. Ren's secretary said that those people seemed to have the backing of a bar, not something easily messed with. Having known each other for so long, Ji Mulan saw Suan worried for the first time. She was truly surprised. There were people in Bacter Street and even Jiangjing that could not be provoked. Bai Lian received a message from Qiu Shuozheng on her way back to Purist Street. One was about the award ceremony. Two was about the launch ceremony of the Calligraphy Association this Saturday. She must attend. Leaning back in her seat, Bai Lian tapped the screen subconsciously. What is this? And they even want me to attend in person. To be honest, sharing an award with people who haven't properly practiced brush calligraphy made Bai Lian feel awkward. Qiu Shuozheng, I asked for you, no one else can accept the award on your behalf. Bai Lian was straightforward. Then I don't want it. Qiu Shuozheng, do you realize what you're saying? Bai Lian reverted to her carefree state. She lazily tilted her head. This wouldn't be illegal, would it? Jiang Fulai finished processing a page of documents. Hearing someone casually use words like peace and illegal, he even considered borrowing criminal and civil law books from Qi Yundai for a bit. And then he started to think. How many things had she done? Stay calm, he lifted his head, his fingers holding the pen were very cold, his mind flashed through various possibilities. Very calm, talk to me first. Bai Lian turned off her phone and leisurely took down her slightly loose hairpin to reinsert it properly. Just the Traditional Calligraphers Association. She briefly explained. Jiang Fulai slightly relaxed. This was indeed a minor issue. His gaze lingered on the hairpin at the back of her head for a while, his tone neutral. I'll have someone pick it up for you. Proxy acceptance? Bai Lian smoothed her sleeves, raising her eyebrows. A trifle, Jiang Fulai replied unhurriedly. The car arrived at Purist Street. Bai Lian got out of the car, while Jiang He intended to follow her out. He was pulled back by Jiang Fulai using 2 fingers. Jiang He kicked his leg a bit. In the end, he was frustrated. Jiang Fulai stood tall and handsome beside the car, watching Bai Lian walk back, and only returned to the car unhurriedly afterward. Then he took out his phone and found someone on WeChat. Go collect an award, on the other side of the phone. Jiang Shijue was a bit stunned. He rubbed his temples, thinking there might be a problem from working overtime, and signaled his executive director to come over. Read this message from young Master Jiang for me. Seeing the name on the contact, the director felt tingles. He read it out with a hard scalp. Ah, Jiang Shijue muttered, looking up, my eyes aren't playing tricks on me. The next day, Lu Lingxi took Yang Lin back to school. Things hadn't changed much. Bai Lian sat at her desk, observed Yang Lin for a long while, and then took out her phone to message Chief Chen, help me check on someone. She remembered Chief Chen was from officialdom. Saturday. The final location of the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association was chosen next to the water wheel by the Xiangqing Building, a well-preserved ancient building. Knowing the location, Bai Lian arrived early. She stood in front of the tall threshold, looking up at the architectural relic with many years behind it. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.